Director Power. I'm very happy that all of them are here. So, with this whole thing, I think, we start with the process. And I believe that before I make John talk about it, I want to say today that two gentlemen, John Rosebush from the Worldwide Development Corporation and Brad Kempo from the Global Capital Procurement Partners. Today, we are going to also recognize them with REPA's Global Fellowship in Renewable Energy and the extraordinary work both are doing. One is an innovator in America after serving the US Army in the Vietnam War. He has been now championing for the last 15 years the cause of breakthrough technology in energy. And so he will be the 12th person who receives our honorable fellowship and honorary fellowship today. And also we have Brad Kempo, who is he was an ex-attorney from Canada and who will definitely get the recognition because he's doing major work to raise finance. And his focus is to enable India, and via REPA, we are trying to create a massive fund for renewable energy in India. So that's the good news I want to give everybody. And when I say renewable energy, for me, two major areas, gas as renewable has been the pitch at this conclave. If you see the theme of this conclave, the theme is gas for powering India's GDP. And I believe gas is a bridge fuel also, and also it's a part renewable because compared to coal, 77% emission comes down. Even when you look at the diesel part of the economy, if in the transport sector, we are able to retrofit gas, would bring down emissions drastically. So therefore, this recognition of a deemed renewable has to come to, I would say, the natural gas and any component of natural gas that comes in. And surely compressed biogas is a renewable, clear renewable technology or a renewable output. And definitely, I'm happy that companies like EVONIK have, not only shown interest, but they are moving forward in the country. And it's a good time. And with their advanced Sepuran technology, Sepuran Green, which is a proven technology and for gas separation and highly efficient, and a few plants are already in on the ground. And that's a good news. That's one of the good news that I want to convey upfront here. So India is already at the fourth number in terms of consumption of natural gas. Of course, our indigenous production of gas from sources is very, I would say it covers about 30% of our requirements, 30 to 40%. Rest we are still importing. Import happens across the process of liquefied natural gas and RLNG. And that's what we are using, importing and using. And this will continue because there will be a certain time when demand from fertilizer sector is the upfront priority, but power sector is very important. And one of the most important things in the power sector is we have something like 24 gigawatt of power plants operating on natural gas. And I would say about less than 50% of that is actually getting gas. And most of them are getting natural gas at a, I would say, not at a capacity at which they should operate, but they are not able to operate even 50% of the capacity. And several plants in the country are starved of, availability of natural gas. So this is the scenario for the power sector. And that's a scenario that I need to address. And the IGX was interested in finding out. And we have invited a lot of these power plant companies, and I hope they take advantage. And we are in touch. Our processes, the conclave gives an opening and gateway, and we'll continue to interact. I got a separate meeting with captive power producers, and it's the largest congregation of captive power producers. There's a possible MOU going on right now. After this, we will have a memorandum with them, and it's going to become big. The other area for us, very big, is the CBG, because the secretary, in fact, asked my help. And I had a meeting on 15th April 1st, of course, from the point of view of introducing Sepuran technology and also discussing what are his problems with the SATAT scheme. So the two major problems that came out in this was, number one, was that government's guarantee was not clear. Whether government is going to buy 100% of the output. There were some noises which actually came from, I think, some reports in the media, but not basically. The ministry was very committed. So those media reports created some confusion. But the Secretary Petroleum has unequivocally told REPA and ENERTIA that the ministry and the government of India is going to purchase 100% of the compressed biogas output coming from these plants. 5,000 of them, $25 billion investment. There cannot be a bigger game plan in the country. So, and this is probably world's biggest movement of this type, if I see it. And the whole thing is, we have to execute it. The issue is, all this is there, the plan is there, the factors are there. So one of the areas was the ministry has cleared the hurdle that they will buy 100% of the produce out of the compressed biogas production in India. So that's very clear. Government is serious. Now comes the second part where, I cannot name, but people literally in the governments and the ministry attached nodal agencies, they have confided in us that we needed to give the banks kind of a feeler that somehow the national banks, which were actually authorized to, provide the loans, 70% is being seen as a lending process. 30% is equity for these compressed biogas plants, and about 70% is debt. So I have also not been very happy with that, because I wanted the, for this renewable project, the component of debt should increase, because the government should be ready to lend more. And we have recommended 85%. So what happened? Last week, I wrote a letter to the Indian Banks Association as the president of the body REPA, and requested a lot of things, including, easy way of lending and increasing the 70% debt to 85%, so that the investor can put 15% equity, more number of people can come and execute these plants. That is the compressed biogas plant under SATAT. The other part is, basically, very important part was that the Reserve Bank of India, the Apex Bank, is equal to Federal or the European Commercial Bank, the ECB, it's equivalent of the Fed in India. It has put the CBG SATAT under SATAT scheme, has been declared as a priority sector lending, PSL. What that effectively means is, that means this sector, the lending has to be at the top. And when this has happened, there is no reason for the banks not to disburse these loans quickly and process them quickly, so that these plants come online. So that is one representation through the Indian Bank Association. We have marked those copies to several agencies. We have marked the copy to the Finance Ministry. We have marked it to concerned officials in the central government. Of course, the Secretary, MoPNG, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, gets it. Also, we sent to the Secretary. The whole scenario is now that a representation of nature has gone to the highest level. And also, we have sent a copy to the NITI Aayog concerned authority. In fact, we have sent to Dr. Saraswati, member energy in the NITI Aayog. So we have sent to him as this happening, because this is a very major movement that has happened to ensure that these $25 billion worth of investment happens in India in the projects for SATAT. One of the fundamental things that I want to tell everybody here is that the government is damn serious, and more and more I am interacting, as I know the Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Power and Natural Gas, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Tarun Kapoor, who worked with National Solar Mission, where we wanted to up the ante for 100 gigawatt solar. He's the man who has done it before as a joint secretary at that time. So it's a long-standing relationship between us at REPA and the secretary himself as a professional, as a top officer in the country, finest officer that India is seeing, one of the top, I would say, bureaucrats whom we are seeing. So I'm thankful to him that the support to this forum has come directly via him. So may I request, before we bring John on, I would like to get the Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, address this forum. May we have that happening right away.
Good morning to all the participants of the 5th Gas Economy 2021 Virtual Conclave. My good wishes to the organizers for organizing this on such an important topic. Gas-based economy is the not only the requirement of the country, but also a call given by the Honorable Prime Minister, and this was again mentioned by him during his speech on Independence Day this year. So the target is to take the country to 15% in terms of primary energy requirement coming from gas, from natural gas, from current levels of about 6.5%. So this is going to be a major jump, and we have to achieve this by 2030. Now, why do we want to do this? We want to do this mainly because natural gas is a cleaner fuel. As India looks towards energy transition, which is happening all over the world, a shift to more and more of renewables, we also have to meet the growing energy requirements of the country. It is estimated that in the coming next 10 to 15 years, India, it would probably be the only large country where the energy requirement will keep growing. So if we have to meet the energy requirements of the country and raise the per capita energy consumption, which will automatically happen as the country develops and income levels rise, the energy requirement will have to be fed from not only renewable sources, because probably we may not be able to ramp up renewables so soon, but it will have to be met from fossil fuels, and we will have to move towards more and more of cleaner fuels. So natural gas then becomes a natural choice for us. And natural gas is easier to transport, easier to use, and also we expect that the production in the country will go up quite substantially in the coming few years. There has been a major jump this year itself. The jump is to the tune of more than 15 MMSCMD, and we expect another jump by next year, and probably the total jump would be more than 50% of our current domestic production. And then looking forward, maybe few more discoveries, and we may have more natural gas production coming from the country itself. Now, what do we have to do to achieve this 15%? First is we have to get infrastructure in place. And when we talk of infrastructure, we are talking of trunk pipelines. Total requirement is 35,000 kilometers. Out of that, around 18,000 kilometers is already laid and functional. And remaining work is going on. We expect to commission quite a large length in the current financial year. And then in the next, say, 3 years, we should have most of these trunk lines commissioned. And then the distribution network. So already city gas distribution has been authorized for 53% area of the country, and PNGRB has already announced that they would be going for the next round of bidding, and this round of bidding would also be quite large, and we expect that the out of the remaining a very large portion would get covered. I would say quite a substantial portion would get covered. And then the challenge is to lay the distribution lines, connect every household, connect industry, connect the commercial establishments, and also for transport get CNG in a big way. So first I mentioned is infrastructure. After infrastructure, we also have to look at the policy front. On the policy front, the idea is to allow free sale of gas. So natural gas comes to us from several sources. One is the domestic source. In domestic source, we have part of the gas coming under the administered price mechanism regime, which means that the price is controlled, and the fields which have been bid out after that, they have marketing and pricing freedom. So which means that they can sell at market rate, but then they have to follow a transparent bidding mechanism. So domestic gas can be made available under the administered price mechanism or in the open market, and then we have the LNG route where gas is coming from outside the country, and then LNG and RLNG, and then again through the pipelines. So sufficient quantity is available, but then anyone who wants to buy gas should be able to buy freely. No monopolies should be there. anyone who wants to trade or sell gas should also be able to do so freely, and they should also be able to transport. So for that, we are setting up a TSO, and the gas exchange is already functional. And as I mentioned, a bidding system so that domestic gas is sold through an open, transparent mechanism. And then the pricing, the tariff, all those issues are also there, but adequately addressed. PNGRB looks after the tariff part for transportation. So they are moving quite well as far as unification of the tariff is concerned. So we expect that something would gradually get implemented also. So there are several new regulations also which PNGRB has brought, and generally the market is opening up, and also other infrastructure in terms of LNG terminals or even storage facilities, all that would also be coming up. I would
I have
also
one
like to
question
talk a
for
little
you.
bit about hydrogen, because hydrogen is the fuel of future. Again, Honorable Prime Minister on the Independence Day announced that hydrogen mission would be set up, and uh, in order to become a leader in this field, we have to be the first movers. The idea is to get green hydrogen in as fast as possible. We are already doing very well as far as production of renewable energy is concerned. So some of that renewable energy can be used to produce green hydrogen.
Right,
The areas which we are looking at first is refineries, where already hydrogen is used, but they don't use green hydrogen. So probably we'll have to get green hydrogen in starting with a modest beginning and then gradually ramping up, because right now it may be a little expensive, but we expect that the price would fall drastically and probably come to the level of gray hydrogen, immediately almost equal to blue hydrogen, and therefore we can then come to a situation where new refineries may be totally on green hydrogen. We've also tried one experiment here in Delhi where HCNG is now being supplied and it has been successful. 50 buses are running, and hydrogen 18% by volume and about a little more than 2% by weight is being blended or is being converted, and the CNG is being supplied in that form. Now we have to do this with green hydrogen, and we again will, while on one side we will do a few pilots, but on the other side we will also look at large scale so that the price can come down. There's
right,
some R&D also happening here in the country. We are looking at other developments which are happening all over the world. Transportation of hydrogen, then production of hydrogen, all those areas need a little more innovation price to come down, and then probably it could be the fuel of the future. And as we succeed in blending hydrogen into natural gas, same pipeline network will get used, and we will have a higher quantity of hydrogen blended in natural gas as we move along, so that the dependence on imports reduces and we get clean fuel for the country. So that's the plan, and we need partnerships, we need investments, we need industry to come in a big way, we need a scientific community to work on this in a big way, institutions, training, and also the financial institutions to make funds available. And I'm quite sure that if we all work, then we will see cleaner fuels at an affordable price for the country. Thank you.
may I request John Rosebush to address this forum with this innovative idea and his challenge, the United Nations challenge that he has taken up. I've done a full interview with John. It's also accessible to all of us, but if John can take the next 10 or 15 minutes and tell us in general about where the world has to go, how do we look at the hydrogen future, and how we look at the natural gas economy. Over to John Rosebush.
Thank you very much, Professor Iyer. My name is John Rosebush. I'm the founder, the CEO, and the president of the Worldwide Development Corporation. The Worldwide Development Corporation was founded about 15, 16 years ago. Since then, we have completed research on generating kinetic energy from river flow. We have created a new energy invention that we believe is the crown jewel of energy generation technology in the world today. We believe it's a century ahead of any technology that exists. We know, and we created, I've been invited to the United Nations. I gave a small speech, and all I seen was politics. I've been invited to the Department of Energy. And again, they offered me use of all their laboratories. We did not need them. So we turned them down. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So what I decided to do was create a United Nations challenge. And that United Nations challenge says that I can generate 100,000 terawatts of electricity around the world. Today, the world generates 7 terawatts. And I can do it for 5% or less of the cost of any of wind and solar today. Now, we're willing to stand behind that challenge. Specifically for India, within that challenge, I state that India could produce 10,000 times the amount of energy it produces today for 5% or less of the cost of wind and solar. This is brand new technology. It's based on kinetic energy from river flow. And we're willing to take on that challenge in front of the United Nations, but we need the United Nations to take up that challenge. The Secretary General of the United Nations asked me to send a letter to them. I sent a letter to them. He was supposed to deliver it to all the member countries of the United Nations. This new energy invention does not consume resources. It can be distributed anywhere on the planet. It's going to change everything we think we know about energy generation. Now, I've created lots of videos and lots of different posts on social media trying to get the attention of the world. We're a small company. We're a research and intellectual property company. I have self-funded this for the last 15 years. My goal is to deliver this to the world. It's a global solution. We know that within the United Nations Challenge, which is on our website, if you go out and take a look, you'll see that there's many, many different challenges that we say we can pass. Now, we have a prototype. We have all the 3D drawings. We have all the engineering. All the engineering has got all the engineering disciplines behind every single thing that we state in that. We are willing to stand behind that challenge. And if we cannot pass that challenge, right from the materials that already exist, we're willing to fold up the company and go home. But we know we can pass that challenge. This is going to change everything that we think we know about energy generation. Now, we're ready to go to the United Nations tomorrow if they would take on that challenge. Everything is in place, the prototype, everything. I could display it in front of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and the entire world could see it all at once. This will benefit India tremendously. India right now generates about 1/3 the amount of electricity that the United States generates. It has 4 times the amount of people. You have blackouts all the time, much of it planned blackouts. Not only can this solve our energy long-term, but it can also solve water shortages. We could power desalination plants enough to turn the entire world into a water oasis. It solves climate change. No more smog in your cities. This is real. And the senior vice president of GE contacted me about 1.5 years ago, spent 3 months trying to figure out how this new energy invention worked, and in an attempt to take it from our company. We are here to take on the challenge. We're not afraid of it. Again, Professor Iyer said something to me on an interview we had recently, and he said to me, well, you don't have nothing to lose, so people don't really trust you. Well, what does the world have to lose? I've worked on this for 15 years. I'm a very educated man. I worked for a major international oil company for 25 years before I retired. And we're here, we're trying to help the world. You know, the hardest thing I've got is trying to deliver this to help poor people and a middle class around the world. Believe it or not, that's the most toughest issue that I'm having today. You know, people, I do not want people to exploit it. I want it to help the poor people and rebuild a middle class. You know, the Worldwide Development Corporation does not want to own these new energy units. We just want to collect royalties, a small amount of royalties, so that we can redistribute them to help poor countries and poor people around the world. That's our mission. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to live in a mansion. I'm in my late 60s. I want the benefits of this to go to help poor people. You know, by helping poor people, it will help the wealthier people. They don't understand. Because what will happen is the domino effect of this will be outrageous. Could you imagine unlimited cheap energy around the world? What the effects will be? There's been books written about it. Well, this is real. This really is going on. And it's a very practical solution. It's based on kinetic energy from water movement. And we worked on this for 12 years before we had our first breakthrough. 12 years of in waders, in rivers, over and over, more and more prototypes, throw them away. Finally, we got a breakthrough 12 years into this. And then we've transformed it over the last 3 years to where it is today. Now, I state not only what could I be at the United Nations and prove this in front of all the engineers around the world, but you know what? It would take them 2 hours to determine the capabilities of this new energy invention. Not a lot of time wasted. And then it would take a day or two to help go through the costs so they could verify the cost of it. That's all it would take. So when Professor Ayers said to me, well, people don't trust you because you have nothing to lose. What does the world have to lose? What does the world have to lose? Nothing. Now, what could this do for India? It could solve your water shortages. It could solve your energy problems. You know, could you imagine India with 5, 10 terawatts of electricity? What it could do? Clean energy, 24/7. You know, your solar energy today is intermittent energy, which we're well aware of. So is wind. It doesn't support refrigeration. You're not going to have a modern society. And this isn't just about cheap energy. We believe it's about the actual survival of the human race. BP predicts we have 47 years of oil remaining. Now, of course, we're going to have more discoveries and better recovery rates. But, you know, that's not very long. And what happens when we run out of oil? What happens to the world? Well, we lose our ability to have a modern society. Petrochemical stocks make up 30% of the oil consumed in the United States. Now, imagine a world without plastics. You can't. And that's what would happen if we consume all the oil. And even if we find an energy technology 40 years from now, if the oil is gone, we can't have a modern society. And without a modern society, do you really think we could support 7.8 billion people today, projected to be 10 billion people by the year 2050? You know, India has almost 4 billion people. They're projected to surpass China by the year 2050. India is full of intelligent people. I'm not asking for money. There's no money involved in this. What I need is for India to put enough pressure on the Secretary General of the United Nations to take on this challenge. It doesn't cost any money. All it would require is for the leaders of the world to get together and allow me 4 hours to present this. That's it. But now they have to go along with the challenge. And that challenge says that we'll be the most transparent company in the world. We'll be stationed right next to the United Nations to allow all members of the United Nations to come and look at all our books completely. And what we'll do is collect royalties from the energy generation of this technology and redistribute it to poorer countries. Somebody's got to help the poorer countries anyway, if we want a sustainable planet. And right now, we all know, if we're serious about it, that wind and solar is not filling the gap. Right now, think about what they've done. They started out with coal generation to try to fix it. Then that didn't work. Now they're with batteries, and that isn't working. We know that that only supports it a small amount of time. Now Europe is trying hydrogen. Well, we can't have large volumes of hydrogen in storage tanks all over Europe. Hydrogen is a great energy carrier, but we don't want to store a lot of it. So with this new energy technology, we can create hydrogen right at the time of use. So all your transportation vehicles could run off hydrogen, and they could be converted from what they run off today, fuel and gasoline, to run off hydrogen. There is no reason why they can't. Now that eliminates, land transportation could be eliminated very fast with this new energy invention. So not only could we generate your electricity, we could power your land vehicles. We believe we can create the alternative energy equivalent to a gallon of gasoline for 25 cents a gallon. Now imagine India with unlimited energy, 10 terawatts of electricity, being able to do anything it wants to do. Power your land transportation at 25 cents a gallon equivalent. Imagine the livelihood that would happen in India with clean air within all your cities, help your sanitation problems. And the big thing is you would have to recycle all your trash, all your plastics with the rest of the world. That has to be done, because not only do we need to preserve the oil that's remaining, we need to recycle all the oil products if we're going to have a sustainable planet. Because again, 30% of the oil consumed in the United States is for petrochemical stocks, not energy. So this is critical. Now, I've been on Altria TV, which is around the world. I've been on other networks. I'm trying to convince the leaders of the world to convince the United Nations to take on this challenge. And I need help. I need help from all of you. This will help India tremendously. I'm not here asking India for money. I'm actually trying to give India money through royalties. So I need Mr. Modi's help. I know he's embraced solar, but this goes way beyond solar. Remember the United Nations challenge, and Professor Iyer has a copy of that. 5% or less of the cost of wind and solar. Now, India is a very intelligent country. For the medical field, and which is a very competitive field, India is one of the strongest in the world, if not the strongest. Your IT development is extremely strong. The problem is you have a mass amount of people and a small land mass, and you're running out of resources. And the rest of the world's going to follow your lead, because they're going to run out of resources too. Glaciers are melting around the world. The North and South Pole are melting. This is becoming urgent, and everybody should be aware of it. We have water shortages in the Western United States. Europe, their glaciers are melting. They're going to have water shortages. There's water shortages cropping up everywhere around the world. This solves that. This solves long-term energy, because right now, if we run out of oil, if we think this pandemic that we're going through is serious, wait and see when there's no more oil. Wait and see. And then there'll be billions of people dying, not millions. This is, and we're getting there. And if people can't see that, they need to look around. This is happening. And even the climate change in the North Atlantic current is being disrupted. We should know that. And that's what's stalling. And what's taking place is that there's climate havoc all over the world. India sees it. They have huge flooding. They have heat that's unprecedented. They have droughts. There's seriousness going on in India, and we know that. We're on a network. I don't want to talk about India because I love India. I think India is a great nation, but there's serious issues. But Africa's having the same issues. South America's having the same issues. North America's having the same issues. It's going on around the world. And this new energy invention is the major solution to all of it. And India could lead the world. I'm asking India to help lead the world. I see so much corruption in the United States that it's hard for me to approach it. And you have people like Bill Gates that think he can solve this through a boardroom and money, and he can't. This takes people doing research, which is what I've done for the last 15 years. And we're a small company, but I tell you what, we're second to none with the engineering. To prove the capabilities of this new energy invention will be an elementary exercise for any engineer. It's developed with the KISS principle in mind. All the math calculations have solid engineering disciplines behind them. And I'll be truthful, it's ready to go. It's ready for prime time. And you know what's so awesome about this? This new energy invention can be distributed anywhere on your planet. It's no longer needing a river to perform. It's now self-contained. And what do I mean by self-contained? I mean it could be implemented on an island in the middle of a desert. It would not make any difference. You know, with this new energy invention and the amount of energy it can produce, we can fill large bodies of water around the world, like Iran just lost a large body of water. There's other large bodies around the world. There's 10 of them actually that I've tracked that we could refill those aquifers and those lakes. And now could we do that? We could even help refreeze the glaciers. I know that sounds extreme, but there may be planetary problems that are needed with unlimited energy. This new energy invention could be installed in the North Pole and South Poles. It could be installed anywhere. So we don't know what to expect in the future, but this is the answer. And again, I haven't asked anybody for 1 cent during the entire 15 years of research, and I'm not today neither. That should say everything about our confidence in this new energy invention. The Secretary General contacted me, but yet now I think he's playing politics because of special interest. What the world doesn't understand is if I can generate energy for 5% of the cost of wind and solar, think of the opportunities in the domino effect. Think of the opportunities in the domino effect. We don't want to own these. The utility companies and the different countries will own these new energy inventions. And if you're worried about the royalties, if we can generate energy for 5% of the cost of wind and solar, and we only want 10% of the royalties on that, that's a half a cent on a dollar royalties. And all those royalties, the United Nations body itself and the countries can dictate how much of that and where it goes for humanitarian purposes for poor countries. Not me. The Worldwide Development Corporation will not be, does not have to do that. That could be done by the United Nations. What we're after is to make sure that benefits go to the poor and middle class, to elevate them so we lift all boats around the world. My motivation has never been money. I'm not in the greatest health. I'm in my mid to late 60s, and I care about spending time with my grandchildren. But I want to deliver this in such a way that benefits the poor and the middle class around the world. So my grandkids and your grandkids can have a better future, and actually possibly a future at all. Now, I'm speaking from the heart. I could have easily created I started out wanting to create a speech because of the prestigious people here. But I decided, no, I want to speak from my heart and my mind to give you a fresh perspective on what the Worldwide Development Corporation is attempting to do. I'm not after money. Our motivation has never been money. Our motivation is to create a healthy, prosperous world for everybody, where everybody has hope. What I always like to say is this new energy invention allows anything, anywhere in the world. And it does. Now, all the skeptics here, it's fine. I would be skeptic too if I just heard this speech. So I don't blame any of you for your skepticism. But what I do say is, give me an opportunity. I'm only asking for a chance to go to the United Nations to prove this. I'm not asking for you to believe me. And all of you are very honored guests. I know that, and you're very prestigious people. And this speech here may seem a little bit, well, really, but no, it's real. And I've been now on TV a few times, but this is probably the most prestigious group of people that I've addressed it since I've been here. And I really appreciate Professor Iyer for believing in me, for allowing me this opportunity for you people to listen to me. And hopefully if Mr. Modi would help pressure and some other countries, we could start to change this world. We can create a 21st century world. The opportunities around the world with cheap unlimited energy will no longer be, how do I generate energy to do this? It will be, how do I use energy for the benefit of your people and the world? And you know what? It would be wonderful if India would lead. And what do I mean by lead? Go to Mr. Modi, get Mr. Modi to get to the Secretary General. Secretary General already knows about me. I wrote a letter to him. He's the one that contacted me. So this is not like some new introduction to him. He knows about me. I think he's just bogged down with special interest, maybe special interest countries. So we need pressure. And I know that you folks know many other countries, many other leaders. Give me an opportunity. I need one day. Is that asking too much? I don't think so. Now, if we looked at the risk reward, the risk would be one day of your time versus being able to power this world theoretically forever. And if you're not afraid of change, then you should be doing this instantaneously. And it should be a no-brainer to all of you. This should be a no-brainer. This will change India permanently. Not only you'll catch up with the rest of the world, because right now you're short on energy. Imagine India again with 10 terawatts of electricity. What you could do, the opportunities that India engineers and people would have, and clean up your entire country, sanitation. Everybody has refrigeration. It changed everything. It changed your whole outlook. It changed all of India. And India is an old country and a proud country. And what, that's why I love it, because I've worked with Indian people during my lifetime. I've actually had Indian women give me a hug when I retired from Marathon Oil Company. Now that's unusual for Indian women, but I love people. And, I have 5 grandchildren. I want to spend time with them. I'm getting old and my health ain't great. So I want to deliver this to the world, and I want to move on in a couple of years as soon as I know that this is going to be handled in such a way that benefits everybody. And the wealthy people in control, they don't understand that if the poor people are successful, it makes them more successful. They're afraid of it, and I don't understand why. It's not like, you're going to lose all your opportunities because we come up with this new energy invention. I believe that this will create full employment. And when I mean full employment, I mean full employment around the world, transforming our world from a fossil fuel consumption throwaway society to a alternative energy, recyclable, sustainable society. Will take everybody on this planet 20 years to do. So it's not like it's going to be a light switch. It's going to be a 20-year effort. And the opportunities will be unbelievable. It's going to change all of us and everybody on the planet. So I don't know what people are scared of. So I appreciate so much of your time. And Professor Iyer, this has been a treat to be able to address this wonderful group of people openly and without any reservations. I thank you with everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. It was such a wonderful delivery. And I must tell this forum that I've been interacting with John for quite a few times, and we have been friends on LinkedIn, and that's where we came across. And it's been almost a few months. It's not that overnight we know each other, but I've been seeing what he's doing, and a kind of an internal faith that people like him who are going through innovation, challenging the planet and the way we are working. It's important to give them the platform and also ensure that what they are trying to do is doing for humanity become successful. It will benefit the whole planet and the whole governments of the world. So thank you, John. And John, I wish you to remain here because I want to first tell you that because when I was talking about who are all here, that time, we were not recording. So I want to come back to that because a lot of people are there right now. So people must know who are all here. Some wonderful people are there with you. I'll tell you the names. We have K. Ravi Kumar, the former chairman of BHEL Limited. Mr. K. Ravi Kumar. Ravi Kumar, sir, can you say hello to John?
I'm Ravi Kumar. I was in Bharat Heavy Electricals. After that, I've been working with a lot of PE firms and also consulting firms like Accenture, Boston Consulting, and also Triton Private Equity and all that. So now I'm currently independent director in a few firms. So my contribution has been in the field of power generation, distribution, and renewable energy.
Right. And K. Ravi Kumar was the, I would say, longest serving director power of BHEL. Now for John and others who are joining us from overseas, BHEL is India's #1 power equipment manufacturing company and a government or public sector enterprise. And K. Ravi Kumar led it and built it from a 5,000 megawatt or a 5 gigawatt manufacturing entity to a 15 to 20 gigawatt. So he's the pioneer. He's a manufacturing giant and he's a veteran. And he incidentally happens to be the alumnus. He has passed out from the same set of national institutions for engineering India called the National Institute of Technology. I come from the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, in the north of India. He comes from he's a senior to me, National Institute of Technology from Trichy, down south in the state of Tamil Nadu. So, very thankful.
I was also chairperson
for many of mine.
For National Institute of Technology, Mizoram, for 5 years.
Right. A small northeastern state. He's also the chairman for the National Institute of Technology. So he's a very eminent. So I want to give you a feel of the kind of people. Let me complete.
Well, can I say something? Everything that we worked on this new energy invention was based on foot-pounds of torque, which is a very easy thing to understand. And this new energy invention is capable of generating 1.5 billion foot-pounds of torque. Right. That's our largest unit. And we cut that in half for mechanical losses to be very conservative, which ends up being close to 1 gigawatt of electricity. If you convert 750 million foot-pounds of torque, you get 1 gigawatt of electricity. So this isn't like some magic from air or something. And by the way, the prototype isn't some little piece. It is the exact replica of the new energy invention once it's implemented. So this isn't some desk type, oh my gosh, some little thing. This is a mini scale of the new energy invention once it's implemented with everything. And just so you understand, it's based on foot-pounds of torque, which is a very easy thing to represent. And so that's how it's represented. And that's why any engineer with any knowledge whatsoever would understand the power projections, because there's very solid engineering disciplines behind it. The big thing is how it works. It's not necessarily the great scientific achievement. It's really out of the box how it works. And there'll be no questions from an engineer on the capabilities of it. None. We don't perceive any. Matter of fact, we perceive within an hour or two of me showing it to the United Nations that every engineer in the room goes, wow, that works the way it says. And so the big question would be how much the cost is. And because of the very small amount of resources it uses, we think the cost is very cheap. Most of the cost will be wrapped up in generators. But the nice thing is the generators are not turbines. The only thing are the armatures. So you realize that cuts the price of generators way down to almost nothing, because all it is the guts of them. So otherwise that would be too costly with the fancy natural gas generators and stuff that they use today. So try to give you a little bit of an explanation of it. So that way, you're not just in the dark.
So let me introduce the other people so that you know, because I want this audience to know so many people are there. We have K. Nand Kumar. He is the chairman and managing director of a company called Chemtrols Industries Limited. He is a veteran in the field of compressed biogas and production in India. He is with us. Mr. Nandkumar. Nandkumar, sir, you are there.
Yeah. Good morning,
Yeah.
John. Nice
Good morning.
to hear you. I understand your passion on the biogas and compressed biogas side. I fully appreciate it. In fact, I run a company by name Chemtrols. The name controls for chemical plants we started nearly 45 years ago. And we went into this renewable energy sometime in the early 2000s, the millennium 2003, 2004. We set up the first biogas plant utilizing the sewage treatment plant, sewage water treatment plant from the digester biogas. So we have taken them from the digester and then converted into energy. The first plant we produced was a 0.5 megawatt, and which could give the return on investment to the Surat Municipal Corporation in 8 months' time for captive consumption. And after the successful completion, they set up 4 plants of 1 megawatt each 1 year later in the same campus. The only advantage for a municipal corporation was that they could use the captive consumption of the biogas for the electricity, so they need not have to worry of the marketing. Today, of course, that some challenges are there on the marketing, but which is taken care of by the oil marketing companies. So I would say that academically, I am a chemical engineer, and when I work with all these renewables, I am still feeling at home. Thank you. Nice talking to you. Thank you, John. And I'm sure we'll have a great future to work together. Professor Iyer is a passion for renewable energy. He 24 hours talk only renewable energy. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you,
very nice to meet you. Let me say this to all of you folks. Once this new energy invention is introduced and you begin to implement it around your country, because it's going to be implemented everywhere at $400 million a gigawatt, it's going with a very small cost to operate it. It's going to be implemented everywhere around the world. We know this will probably end up being the only energy invention in the world that it will exist in the future. Hydrogen will be an energy carrier and will be a massive use of hydrogen, not only for heat, but also for an energy carrier. But this new energy invention creates opportunities for all of you. All of you are very, very experienced people. All your companies are very experienced people. And so the difference is you'll, instead of working on one thing for like biogas, you'll work on this or something, or hydrogen and offtake from it, or believe it or not, all the electricity grids that are going to have to be updated and built. Right. So there's going to be so much work for everybody around the world that the idea that we're worried about employment is insane. The other thing you'll be able to do is build desalination plants. And so how many other millions of things that you could come up with if you had almost unlimited energy? I could sit and talk for 3 days about all the opportunities. So this doesn't hurt you, and this don't hurt companies. It actually gives companies opportunities that they never had before. So, and not just in India.
Yeah, I want to bring my colleague, Dr. Hridesh Khanna, who's an independent consultant, and he was the director of MTU On-Site Energy. And Dr. Khanna is a very distinguished personality, of course, my senior by virtue of his number of years of experience, but a phenomenal gentleman in the area of, I would say, gas-based technology and adoption of. He has actually turned around GE. He has actually, turned around Deutz. He's done a lot of work, and MTU is a world leader in gas engine, and he led the company to success under the Tognam Group. Dr. Khanna, a little bit, because I'm going to introduce a lot of other people. I need time, so I was thinking quickly.
May I say this before he speaks? I talked about GE, but I would welcome GE and Siemens into this, and I'll tell you why. They have offices around the world. They're much more intelligent than I am. I just happen to have the technology, but they would be completely welcome into bringing this to the world. So I have nothing against nobody. We all know that this creates opportunities, and I'm here based on science and to help people around the world, and that's it.
Yeah. So John is our international guest of honor. We're going to honor, but I want everybody. He should know who are all here at this point. So I'm just give me a little time because we have to go through quickly. A lot of other people I want to say who are all here. Dr. Khanna, quickly.
Thank you very much, Professor Iyer and John. It was very nice to hear. I think we got to get a little bit more details on this.
Yeah,
I have built about 15,000 megawatts worldwide, started in Middle East, US, Canada, North America, Asia, Australia. So I think it's a very interesting proposition which you have done, and 400 million per gigawatt is a very interesting number. So I think we need to get in a little bit more in detail about that and see how we can take on this further. Well, thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah. Can I say something to you? Once I disclose how this new energy invention works, then I'm done. And so that's been one of the toughest things. That's why I created the United Nations Challenge to get rid of the skeptics. I have to show it to the whole world at once and have this challenge in place. Because if I show it to anybody, then it's done. Because you will understand how it works immediately. It's just that you won't think of this idea. So if I want to help poor countries and poor people, I have to do it all at once. And that's what the UN Challenge was created for, to eliminate skeptics. So I hope that explains why I've been having issues, because I've got emails from 50 venture capitalists and people like the Prince of Dubai, Prince of Saudi Arabia, all wanting to fund this project. I could show you 50 emails, and I've turned them all down because otherwise I'm just after money. I could have done that 2 years ago, and I've held out trying to bring the world together and to help the poor people and rebuild a middle class. You will love it once you get to see it. Let me just tell you that up front here. So.
Right. I will also introduce further. We have the entire team of EVONIK Industries Limited AG, the German company, a $13 billion German major in the area of Sepuran Green. Thanks to Dr. Khanna that we got in touch with this company, and they are supporting our cause. They are also the patron member of REPA. We have the team comprising, I think, Dr. Goetze Baumgarten is also here. Can I hear his voice? Dr. Goetze Baumgarten?
Sure.
Welcome, Doctor. It's so wonderful to have you. The first time we are having him, please. We are very happy to have you, Dr. Baumgarten, and the entire team. I think we have the team which I announced earlier also, but that time the recording was not going on. So now, for recording purpose, so that their name is known to people, we have the team of Srinivas Modak, we have Vikas Rane and Ashish Maheshwari, from especially for the Sepuran invention and technology. In fact, Sepuran is an invention of Dr. Baumgarten, and the second half, we are going to recognize Dr. Baumgarten as well. Thank you, Baumgarten and Team EVONIK, for being here.
Thank you, Professor Iyer, for the kind introduction. Pleasure to meet you all.
Right. And we are going to hear you in the second half for sure. And Dr. Baumgarten and his team are doing a wonderful job, and they have definitely interest in hydrogen as well. So, which is also a major subject, because the secretary told me yesterday that hydrogen will be a very major area and a future kind of a proposition. And that future is not far off. It's about maybe a couple of years in that we are going to be commercially into the hydrogen story as well, other than the SATAT story, because he was very passionate about the compressed biogas. So this is the information I want Dr. Baumgarten to hear. And I'm very happy that we are discussing this when John is here. John is a devil's advocate with his own technology idea. I want cross-pollination of the whole approach to energy and power, and especially use of natural gas and hydrogen as a future fuel. We also have with us N. Murugesan. Mr. Murugesan, are you there? N. Murugesan is there. N. Murugesan is the former Director General of the Central Power Research Institute, India's apex government body for research in the power and energy sector. Thank you, Mr. Murugesan, for joining. And we have PVS Murthy, former Director of Voith, German major, and basically in technology and hydropower and related issues. And also he served Alstom. Mr. Murthy is joined us from Hyderabad. Murthy Saab, you are there? Say hello. Can you hear me, Murthy Saab? Okay, fine. He's there. I can see him.
I'd like to address the German people that personnel that you talked to.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Germany has been embraced wind for many, for quite a few years now. And that's intermittent energy in Europe. Now, it's a big concern in Europe, the intermittent energy, and that's why they're working now with hydrogen and batteries, etc. That's why I've been wanting to bring Siemens into this partnership, because they are from Germany, and I didn't want to leave Europe out because they've installed so much wind technology that I wanted to make sure that they benefited from this new technology, because it will replace all their wind technology. And so, you know, I'm not trying to forget anybody in the world. I'm trying to bring the whole world along, because this is going to get installed one way or the other. And so my goal was to bring Siemens into the fold instead of GE. And so far, Siemens has contacted me once, but they have not embraced it yet. So
no, it will happen, John. I think things are moving positive, and I think people are very keen to look at disruptive technologies and tech innovation. So let me announce who are all there. Other than that, we have Mr. Abhijit Rajguru. He belongs to Clark Energy. Another leader, Dr. Khanna, knows about Clark Energy. They have joined us. I must also say that we have Mr. Prasad Parulekar from Cummins Limited. Cummins is another major company, gas engine company. He's joining us as general manager. Prasad is here. So can I hear Prasad? Can you hear me? Prasad Parulekar. Yeah. Then we have, I must tell you, from the government companies, we have Ajay Kumar, who is from the Mangalore Refineries and Petrochemical Limited. He's a GM marketing. He's joined us. We have a complete team of H Energy. H Energy is the leading private company for LNG. It's a Hirandani Group company, and we have got them in. You know, they are in, their representatives are here on the show hearing you. They are the leaders in the LNG area. We have IGX, the Indian Gas Exchange, Kiran Shastri with us. Is also partnering the program. This company is partnering us. Then we have from Gas Authority of India Limited, the Chief General Manager Marketing for GAIL from Bhopal, Mr. Asim Prasad, has joined in us as well. You know, I'm seeing a lot of extraordinary people here. And we anyway have Dr. Prakasham Tata, who's also like you. He's a great researcher. He's the executive director from the Center for Transformation of Waste Technology. I think he was here. I think he's just gone, but he was there with us when you were talking, and he's associated with us for a very long time. He is in Naperville, in Illinois, and he's an amazing guy. He's been instrumental in designing the wastewater system for both Illinois and Texas. So he is a genius in waste technology, and he is the executive director for the Center for Transmission of Waste Technology. So that's the type of people we've got. He's a very distinguished personality and he was very keen. John, he saw your interview with me, and he was very keen to talk to you, and I will connect you with him as well.
So let me say this, anybody that has any questions, and I also want Professor Iyer to follow up with, I sent him a great deal of videos and different posts that I put out.
John, I'll be writing to the Prime Minister personally. So be assured, just give me your time.
But I mean to all your colleagues too. Make sure you.
Yeah, why not? Why not? All of them will receive my copy.
Disseminate all that information to them.
Yeah. Then for sure. Then we have our very senior man, Arun Khazanchi. Arun Khazanchi worked for several years in Bhutan, a small neighbor but a wonderful country. He's a leader in hydropower in the country. He's one of the doyens, and he is the highest civilian honor receiver from Bhutan, which is called the Druk Thukse. So Arun Khazanchi is with us from Noida. He's joining us from Delhi, and he's also the presidential award. He has been given the highest honor in the country, in India as well. The Presidential Pravasi Award has been given to him, and we are very happy. Khazanchi Saab, can you say hello to John?
Please. I'd like to say something. I'm honored by all your guests. I'm just overwhelmed by the.
Yeah. So Khazanchi Saab, can we hear you for a minute? No voice. Okay, I can't hear Khazanchi Saab, but he's here.
Right. Well, let me say something. I'm humbled by the prestigious people that are here listening to this.
And by the way, for everybody, for us, John is also a veteran of the Vietnam War. So we must, and in India, we respect people who come from the defense forces. So, and especially people like him who have served the country, and we really value you for your time that John, you're giving, and it's absolutely cross midnight, and you are here with us, and we are very happy that you are here.
Yeah, I didn't realize that your country honored veterans like you do. I'm very honored for that. I also graduated college in 3 years, worked for International Oil Company for 25 years, and have completed 16 years of research on kinetic energy from water movement. So,
right. And we have a scientist from one of the very wonderful institute, the Agarkar Research Institute from Pune. We have Parasnath Singh, scientist. Is he here? Can we have his voice? Can we hear Parasnath Singh ji? I think people is there. So Parasnath Singh ji is here. So he has done some extraordinary work in the area of hydrogen, and some hydrogen breakthrough has been done. And this has happened just last week, let me tell you. So he is here. I have, people from the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, definitely. And yeah, Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal, can you hear me? Dr.
yes.
Rajneesh
Yes,
Kaushal.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so please let us hear your voice a little bit, maybe 2 minutes. Can you
Okay.
speak?
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Iyer, for giving me this opportunity to share some of the information about the activities at NIT Kurukshetra.
Yeah,
in the
I know.
area of
I will give you the full
Yeah.
time, but just now, just give a small
Okay.
introduction.
Yeah. I am Dr. Rajneesh, and having a pure mechanical engineering background, I am working in the area of green energy since last few years. And I have developed some systems. I have converted one single cylinder variable compression ratio diesel engine into a hydrogen engine. So I have
Right.
made a conversion kit. In that area I'm working. I have recently produced 2 PhDs in the area of bioenergy only. So one was on the biogas and another is on the gasification.
Right.
So this is the like more relevant to this particular area, this theme of this
Right.
particular talk.
Right.
So
And we are
still working in this area.
Yeah, very good. And I'll give you time to speak subsequently. We have enough time today. See what I'm trying to say, John, we are just recognizing you. These are all very senior people and very, very interesting people, and also people who have done a lot of work. And we have the support from today from the petroleum company like the Petronet LNG Limited is backing us. The biggest company, the National Thermal Power Corporation, which is NTPC Limited now. It's the largest power generating company of India. It's the #1 utility of India, is backing this conclave and the discussions here today, virtual, NTPC. So can you imagine what I'm saying? So
Yeah, well, the only other, the thing that this does is give them just another opportunity. This can take years to implement. So, for a utility company like that, that's largest in India, this doesn't take away, it just gives them another opportunity. And if we can generate energy for 5% of the cost, then that will allow them to spend a lot more money on their electricity grids and increase the amount of electricity available to India. The other thing is the green hydrogen. Have you worked with blue hydrogen or the other hydrogens? And what type of conversion rates are you getting from the energy to convert it to hydrogen?
Right. So again, continuing it, we have Burgeon Solar, a very leading solar company, and also hydrogen interest. They are also, their team is also in. They are also joining, and I just gave a rounded view of this. Anyway, I told you about IGX. Now, with this, may I request our people to honor John Rosebush with our honorary Global Fellowship in Renewable Energy. This is the fellowship. John, we will be sending you digitally. So today we are honoring you with our Global Fellowship in Renewable Energy. We have before you given to 11 people. You're the 12th person to receive it, and probably the 4th international person to receive it that way. And congratulations to John.
Congratulations, John. Congratulations.
Yeah, and
thank you so much
for the whole thing.
I'm honored to receive the certificate. I will hang it in my office. I thank you so much, all of you, and especially Professor Iyer for allowing me to address this just unbelievable panel that you've put together. It's remarkable. I thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John. I'm so happy to have you. And then, do we have Brad Kempo? Can Brad Kempo's voice be here? Brad Kempo? Can we hear Brad? Brad, can you hear me? Okay, it doesn't matter, but Brad is here. I think we are also along with John Rosebush, we are also recognizing today none other than Brad Kempo, eminent attorney and a man who's putting his life experience into funding renewable energy. And that's a very difficult job. And let me announce here the Global Fellowship for Renewable Energy, second one today, for none other than Brad Kempo. Can we have that Brad Kempo's fellowship? So John and Brad are our two global fellowships today. So this is Brad Kempos. So North America today, this also India. In India, we are celebrating the North America. You can say that we have our Canadian friend receiving it, and for sure, John Rosebush. Thank you, both of the gentlemen, and congratulations from all of us here for working for the renewable energy sector. Brad,
congratulations to both. Thank you, Iyer, Professor Iyer. I think I'll take leave now because not feeling well. No, I told you. So,
no problem, sir. No problem.
Yeah.
It's thanks that you could spend time and come here.
Yeah.
And can we have Brad? Can you speak? Can we hear your voice? Standing up. Okay. Anyway, Brad is here. Some problem with his mic and systems, so we're not able to hear him. Otherwise, Brad is listening to us. Thanks to all of you. Now I want the next session to the next address to come in, and I want, in fact, Khanna can continue what about regarding his experience in the bio-CNG, a little bit more on it. Dr. Khanna, regarding that projects which you have done in Thailand and also the projects that you have done. Basically, we will thank John. It's wonderful. This is the beginning of the story, but I can share the letter of that you have written to the United Nations Secretary General, and surely I'll mark a copy to Secretary General as well when I write to Prime Minister Modi. It's going to happen. This is my promise to you. This is my promise to you, my friend. So can we get...
please share all the other materials I sent to you too, because there's a lot of information that your panel would I think enjoy reading and watching the videos. So thank you.
Sure. Thanks, John. Now may I get Dr. Hridesh Khanna to tell us, because it was very brief now. Let Dr. Khanna address this forum. Dr. Khanna, please.
Good morning, Professor Iyer. I hope you can hear me well, all of you. Yeah, okay. It is indeed a great pleasure today to be with all of you, and it was very impressive to hear John and his invention, whatever that is, especially when I hear the figures of 5% of wind and solar power. That's certainly indeed something which could be very much of interest to the whole community, because power is something which we require. But anyway, what you had given me the title to talk about the technology for bioenergy and gas-based captive power. So I thought I'll give a short resume about that. And although all the distinguished people who are in the energy sector, and I've been in the energy sector for the last 45 years, building plants worldwide. So I've been with many companies, which were the leading companies internationally. And renewables is now the name of the game. But why renewables? Because resources are limited in the world, and we are talking about resources. So one of those resources is bioenergy. And if you are talking about technology for bioenergy and how do we convert that bioenergy? So let me give a little bit of an explanation about what is bioenergy, because it sounds so popular, but the basics of those bioenergy and the conversion of bioenergy may not be so well understood by some of your people who may not be from the energy area. So it is a natural process used technically in biogas plants to generate biogas from biologically degradable feedstocks. So we are talking, what kind of feedstocks we are talking. So basic concentration is also on liquid manure, bio waste, or energy crops, typical like maize, grass, sugar beet, and feedstocks are fermented hermetically in sealed tanks, which we call the digesters. So in these digesters, they are converting the biogas, which is achieved through different microorganisms. So biogas is a high energy gaseous mixture produced by natural decomposition process of organic material in the absence of oxygen. This is very important because this is called an anaerobic process. So why do we need bioenergy and what are the advantages of bioenergy? So biogas plants can treat different kind of waste, but also convert waste into energy such as electricity and heat, which is required all over the world. What is the composition of biogas? Biogas can also supply fuels, which is 50 to 60% methane and 30% carbon dioxide. So small amounts of hydrogen sulfide and moistures and siloxanes are included. So methane, hydrogen, carbon monoxide can be combusted with oxygen. So further, this also leaves a fermentation product, which is ideal as an organic fertilizers. This is very interesting because we are using a lot of chemicals as fertilizers, but this is a natural organic fertilizer. So if you're looking at the holistic view, biogas has a lot of advantages as a renewable resource. Why is it a renewable resource? Because its production and use cycle is continuous and it generates no net carbon dioxide. That's very important. So coming back to, hello? So
Dr. Khanna, you can continue. No issues. Some kind of
some disturbance.
yeah, don't worry, but go ahead.
Okay, so when I'm talking about all this, there's a certain economic value to that. So what is the economic value which we are getting out of these technologies? So it is creating jobs, especially in the rural areas. India is 70% rural. So that is something which is very important. In Germany, the biogas sector has achieved an annual turnover of nearly 10 billion euros and has created approximately 50,000 jobs in small and medium-sized enterprises. So what do we do with a conversion? When we are doing with a conversion, hello?
Please go ahead.
So I'll try to give a little bit of background about the history of the gas engine technology.
Sure. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Khanna sahab, unmute yourself. Khanna sahab, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
I was okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you had unmuted me also. So good.
Yeah, because it was generally done because other noises
okay.
were coming, so we did it.
Okay. Now what I was, let me repeat. Now coming back to the gas engine technology. If no one knows that the first Otto cycle engines with external ignition were gas engines. So the first single cylinder two-stroke gas engine was designed and built by Carl Benz in 1871 in Mannheim in his company called Carl Benz Z.
Right.
Later, it was MWM, which was Motorenwerke Mannheim, which was taken over by Deutz engines. At that time, just imagine the fuel which was used was gas. The gas derived was from burning coal and wood, which was the so-called generator gas. So the medium pressures and efficiencies were very low in comparison to the current technology, what we are using today. Later, on with the storage possibility for liquid fuel in the motorized vehicles, which was the so-called benzene motor, petrol engine, was built. So today, depending on the application and size of gas engines, we have electrical efficiencies in the range of 40 to 50%. A cogeneration plant can achieve an efficiency of 75 to 80%. A trigeneration plant with an absorption chiller can go up to 90%.
Right.
What is behind that? It is the utilization of resources and maximizing efficiencies so that accordingly the resources are saved as much as possible. In comparison, a gas turbine plant is normally in the efficiency range of 35 to 40% and can increase it to 55 by 60% by the combined cycle process. In this context, GE and Siemens have done wonderful work, and they have built large turbine plants. GE is building aeroderivatives like LM2500 and LM6000, which are also being put into the aircraft business. And Siemens has specialized in the 400 megawatt series, coming up to 60% of efficiency. But in comparison to gas engines are very flexible. They can start very fast, and they can be a challenge to the turbine technology, because when we are talking about the decentralized and distributed power, a gas engine is much more effective in comparison to a gas turbine. So what are the challenges for the engine technology in the future and now? Basically, it is the gas quality, because clean gas without impurities of hydrogen sulfide and siloxanes, which are the basic enemies of the gas engines. So compressed biogas, what we're talking about, CBG, has a target to achieve the natural gas quality, which is very essential for trouble-free operation of the power plants. Now here, this is very interesting, and that's where we get EVONIK into the picture, because EVONIK is working in this area, and Dr. Baumgarten and his team have developed the Sepuran technology to upgrade the gas purification system. So that will be certainly a boon to the biogas industry. Now, this technology and the idea is not new. In 2011, I was one of the first ones to build a biogas plant from bovine waste in India at that time.
Exactly.
This is an example of a city, Jabalpur in India, where I set up a plant for 1.2 megawatt with 5 MTU engines, each with a power capacity of about 240 kilowatt. Was a unique installation. This gentleman was supplying power to approximately 600 households in the villages.
Right.
This was the first distributed biogas power plant in India by using cow dung from 10,000 cows daily by the villagers and providing them with electric power.
Exactly.
So this is something which was unique. Even in those days, we saw the future where it is going to. Now, today, we have got a lot of subsidies from various governments, and governments are promoting this technology. But this is something which will reduce the waste, organic waste in the world, actually, if we utilize this properly. So I originally started the distributed power concept in the early 90s, and we built gas engine plants, including biogas worldwide. Mainly those times, these were landfills. Landfills were now banned because of the non-controllability of the sector, and especially it can also be very dangerous partly. So in North America, we built about, in USA, Canada, and Mexico, about 1,600 megawatts. In Asia, we built India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Thailand, China, Indonesia, Japan, and Middle East, about 3,800 megawatts. In Europe, which was the leading in the gas sector, 5,300 megawatts were built, and the rest of the world about 700 megawatts during my tenure, which was a total of about 11,400 megawatts. So what is the future? We are talking about the future of the gas engines will be to design engines for combusting gases with low emissions. That is one of the biggest challenges which we have, so that the transformation of the energy can be utilized from similar resources by upgrading the gas quality and utilization of the residuals. Other areas, as we have heard today morning, are the green hydrogen economy, in particular also the fuel cell technology, so that the process to achieve a highly efficient transformation of various resources for electric power, heating and cooling, as well as mobility. Due to these processes, all these energy resources can be optimized. Gentlemen, the demand for energy will continue to grow. The challenge is to provide intelligent solutions without affecting the climate change. The gas engine manufacturers are already in the process of using 100% hydrogen for the gas engines and are rapidly developing technologies for the future of our planet Earth. So, Professor, that was a little bit of a background in the gas technology and the gas engine technology. So I thank you to all the people for giving me this opportunity and time to speak a little bit about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kanasa. I must also recognize a few people who might see, we have got from a remote area, from the farm sector, we've got one gentleman by the name of Sonia Babu Muralidhar. He is the president, or what we call as Adhyaksh in India, of Shri Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Paryavaran Evam Kheti Vikas. That is basically for the farm sector Vikas. Pratishthan. It's a non-profit, and the president has joined all the way from Jalgaon. So do we have his voice? Can we get his voice?
Professor, can I jump in for 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
This new energy invention I've created has the capability to go from 0 to 1 gigawatt of electricity or anywhere in between, and can be adjusted almost immediately. It can match up supply and demand, which is something the utility companies have never been able to do. Load balancing is one of the toughest things within the electricity systems or infrastructure around the world. This new energy invention can do it automatically. And so we believe we can power this planet without any human intervention. And that's part of the United Nations challenge.
Right. So in fact, John, I can understand, basically the passion that you have for this. And I'm very sure that all these scientific principles and the principles of physics will come into play in due course. And it's not far off. I can assure you, keep your work and confidence, and we are in support of you. And surely what you raised is very important. And one of the main important thing is to maintain the grid frequency. We all know that. And only hydropower has been able to maintain. And gas is another aspect that can maintain. So the very limited part which can do this. And peak shaving is also a challenge in the country, because baseload power you can build, but peak shaving is just not there. So
can I say one more thing? Your last speaker made a lot of sense, because this new energy invention is meant for your urban areas, not your rural areas. So much work will be required, just like your last speaker talked about, in the rural areas. We're not going to run electric lines all the way throughout your entire country, but the urban areas will solve very quickly. But your last speaker talked about rural area solutions, and it's going to be very much needed around India. So I don't mean to say we're going to take over everything, because we're not.
Right. And I tell you, we have a few people, let me announce, as I told you, from this remote, I would say farm sector enterprise or a non-profit. He has joined all the way from Jalgaon in remote Maharashtra. So shows the interest in our conclave. In remotest areas, people are joining us in this conclave. And can I have Can Sonia Babu Murlidhar Sahib, are you there? अध्यक्ष श्री छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज, आप हैं, आपकी आवाज आ रही है, आप बोलिए, आप मराठी में बोलना है, बोलिए, नो इश्यूज.
Are you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, surely, it's wonderful
Hello?
to have you. हमें बड़ी खुशी हुई. We are very happy that you are here.
Sir, I am SM Dhanad. We have started our NGO, SCS Environment and Farming Development Organization in 2000.
Right. We just lost your voice. आपकी आवाज चली गई. Anyway, we'll get you back. No problem, we'll get you back. Then we have, we just had my colleague Praveen Pai. He's back. Yes, speak, sir. आपकी आवाज unmute कर लीजिए. We can't hear you. We are not able to hear you.
Sir, we are working in farm sector since 2000. We are producing 5 villages biogas in Maharashtra, Jalgaon district. Working with state government of Maharashtra in Govardhan project. Earlier we have started 10 cubic meter plant in Bhusawal also. And people are aware, we are creating awareness regarding biogas plant among the people.
Wonderful.
And this is a very big opportunity in this sector, sir. So our Pratishthan, SCS Environment and Farming Development Organization, basically it is from Jalgaon, Maharashtra, and we are creating, awareness regarding our area having a lot of banana plantations, sir. And in banana plantation,
it is the leader in banana plantation.
We can create. Yeah, in Jalgaon, Maharashtra, sir.
I have visited. I came to Jain many years back. I came to
Jain Valley, sir. Yeah, Jain Valley, sir.
मैंने सब देखा, tissue culture. I saw the tissue culture, and आपके यहाँ banana, best banana, the best bananas in the country, overseas, come from Jalgaon.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Yeah. This is very big.
The country comes from Jalgaon, not from any other place.
Yeah, in our area, sir.
Yes, sir. Big
opportunity to produce biogas, sir.
I know.
Big opportunity for biogas, sir.
Yeah, because I want this forum to know that our people are doing great work, and probably you should take advantage. You should take advantage of the SATAT scheme.
Yeah.
आपको SATAT scheme में ministry से बात करनी. आप हमको letter लिखिए, हम लोग आपको Ministry of Petroleum से मिलवाएंगे, because it is your type of people, Shatkari, the cooperatives who must also come in the business. You're already doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, sir. We have developed a flexi biogas plant also, sir. Biogas plant, sir.
Right.
It is very cheap for farmers, sir.
I think you must try to use advanced technology like Sepuran, and maybe we can introduce you to the team, because there is no direct contact. But yes, through the process of tendering and bidding, you should be allowed to bid. According to me, the non-profit organization should be allowed to bid like you, so that you take some tenders and bid some plant.
Yeah, of course, sir. If there is any possibility to share, please share your contact number also, sir.
Sure. You can be in touch. In fact, my colleague, R. Tyagarajan, will be in touch with you. It's a big opportunity for rural sector, because
of course, sir.
agro waste is available with you. So conversion of agro waste to bio-CNG can only happen if the farm sector takes interest in it. And of course, the ministry is going to buy 100% of the biogas we produce. 100% guarantee. That's what the Secretary Petroleum has told me. And I'm speaking on his behalf right now. REPA is speaking on the behalf of the Petroleum Secretary, because that's what we are authorized to do. And he has told me that every ounce of the guarantee is there. The loans are going to be under the priority sector lending. Or wo already chal raha hai. It's already happening. 2,000 plus 2,275 LOIs have been issued. I think people must come to this party. It's going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. The other people who are there, a few people I must name, also have joined in. We saw my colleague Praveen Pai joining from Dubai. He was in BG Gas. We have given him some time. Later on, he'll be joining to make some presentation. We have S.V. Mani, Deputy General Manager from Gujarat Industries Power Corporation Limited. They operate gas power plant in Baroda. So he is with us. We have Brijesh Ojha from H Energy, DGM Commercial. He is also with us. And a lot of other such interesting people have joined us. So it's very difficult to catch because the digital thing. So whatever we could catch, we have caught. Yeah. Here Mishra from. Yeah, we also have K.R. Mishra from the Gujarat Industries Power Corporation Limited. We have him also joining. So it's very happy to have the people from Gujarat, because Gujarat is the state that is operating the maximum gas-based power plants in the country, other than Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, and Assam, for information of this forum. So this is what it's all about. And may I now get back again, Nand Kumar Saab. Nand Kumar Saab, K. Nand Kumar, Chairman and Managing Director of Chemtrols. Sir, you did the first sewage treatment-based biomethanization project, and I have visited that, luckily, at Surat Municipal Corporation. Can we put a little bit light on what happened, how much was the capacity, what we did? K. Nand Kumar Saab, the floor is for you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Iyer. Thank you very much. As Professor said, the first biogas plant in the country was built by us 2004-2005 for Surat Municipal Corporation. It was a pilot plant based on funding from 50% funding from MNRE and 50% from UNIDO as a pilot plant to look at, based on the sewage treatment plant digester generated biogas in order to produce half a megawatt of electricity. I must say that one successful result of that was because the distribution of the energy was not to be taken by somebody, because it was a captive consumption by the Surat Municipal Corporation itself. So that challenge was not there, but there were some challenges because the gas generation was not that smooth, because the digester was very old and the digester has a lot of leaks. As a result, the rated capacity of the gas was not available, and we had some difficulties in the gas engine, biogas engine. And incidentally, at that time, we had used a biogas engine from a Spanish company by name Guascor. The Gascor engine, we had no problem with the engine, but we had difficulty in getting the rated capacity gas required for operating the engine to that level of at least 75%. But then we could take over some time later, after repair to the digester and modification of the digester holder, we could get after some time. But yet that plan gave a return on investment over a period of 8 to 9 months, half megawatt to Surat Municipal Corporation. Average number of units generated per day was around 8,000 to 9,000 units per day was produced, and average cost per unit of power was rupees 4.60. It's a compared to municipal electricity board purchase. The total cost of power per day was rupees 36,800 to rupees 41,400 for the units for half megawatt. It was capacity of the waste treatment plant was around 240 cubic meters per day was there. And total saving per day for Surat Municipal Corporation by virtue of this project was rupees 36,800 to 41,400 per day. And total saving per year by SMC amounted to around 1.4 crores per year. So it could give them good return on investment over a period of 8 years. And that plant at that time capacity cost was much less than around 2.2 crores. Because that being a first power plant, we also have not built into many of the cost factor. First, it was our first plant also. So there were a lot of unknowns. So we had difficulties in the meeting, but yet we could manage the project. We could complete the project over a period of, I think there was around 2 to 3 months. A delay was there because of the gas generation difficulties, but we have done it quite a good. And I must say that we have started working on this, though we set up this in 2004, 2005. We started working on the renewable energy and municipal waste treatment way back in 1997. In fact, at that time, there was no Clean Air Act. There was no NGT. And we started working, and first plan we put up was on a pilot plant again in the state of Goa for Vasco Municipal Corporation. We were treating 21 tons per day of the waste. And we were getting only, of course, it was not a segregated waste. we were using unsegregated waste and we could get only compost. So we could not generate the gas because the generation, most of the problem also the same, because it was not segregated waste, the unsegregated waste, most of the waste was beer bottles or plastic bottles. So we had difficulty to get enough gas to generate. So we had to contend with the nearly, and it was a plant built on BOO basis, build, operate, on basis. So everything, and the commitment was from ASCO Corporation was that they will buy the compost and they will buy the gas, but gas could not be generated because of the waste quality was poor, and then we had difficulties, but yet we managed that plan as a social obligation to the Vasco Municipal Corporation for 20 years under a BOO basis. Because over a period of time from 1997 up to 2017, the lot of law changes, and NGT came, all the pollution, Clean Air Act came. So we had a lot of difficulties, especially in a state of Goa, to run that plan. But I must say that we have managed that job over a period of 20 years. Now we have just handed over around 2 years back to the municipal corporation. Now they are looking at generating biogas with the new technologies, etc. But coming back to Surat, after the successful half a megawatt plant, they went again into 4 plants in Surat Municipal Corporation, 1 megawatt each. We commissioned those 4 plants over a period of, within a period of 2017-18, over a period of 12 months to 14 months. And all the 4 plants commissioned one after one over a period of one month. All the 4 plants were inaugurated by none other than the present Prime Minister, Honorable Narendra Modi, in that time, 2008. So we had quite a good second. We were also operating the plant. Our contract included operation of the plant to generated capacity. So we could hand over the plant after the generated capacity commitment we had given. And simultaneously, we have taken also a plan for Jaipur Municipal Corporation, 1 megawatt. But in Jaipur, what was there? It was a 1 megawatt engine. They had, whereas in Surat, we had for 1 megawatt, we had 2 engines of 600 kilowatts we have put, so that we could manage subsequently, because in the first plant, we had a difficulty to get the rated capacity of the gas. So we managed in the second plant 2 engines. But in Surat, in Jaipur, we have a running 1 megawatt. And with that also, we operated for 7 years. We are just handing over. So I must say that we are a pioneer in this company, in this country, in generating the renewable energy from biogas, all renewable agricultural waste. The technology, we had also used some of the Austrian technology for biogas storage, membrane storage, balloon storage. Instead of having the conventional steel tank storage, we used, for the first time, we used Sattler from Austria. So we have developed those technologies. But then what happened is, finally, we did not go ahead with, we are a company specializing in corporates and corporate plans. So when you work on a corporate side and when you work on a municipal corporation, the philosophy is entirely different. So we found that we have difficulty in running the projects successfully on an economical side. So we just withdrew, and it was too early in the country because there was no support from any government. Even in municipal corporation, we had to set up the plan and wait for the payment. So it was a difficult chance for a company which is operating with corporates to maintain a cash flow. So we trimmed down, other than we maintaining the plans which we operate, and we handed over. So we had quite a good success. We have quite a good team on this. And now we are not operating any plan because Surat or Jaipur also we have handed over. But we are also in the same thing. We are utilize this technology for other areas, especially on the renewable side, because we have gone into solar energy. Now we are looking at the next subject coming in the hydrogen. And that is blue hydrogen, because we have set up solar power plants, and we are utilizing the solar power plants to, because we do not have the electrolyzer technology. We are looking for an electrolyzer technology for electrolyzing the water to get the hydrogen, but we have a solid base on the solar energy. So we can straight away go into blue hydrogen, though it may be blue hydrogen to green hydrogen also. We can certainly, we are looking at hydrogen as one of the potential, and we are also working on hydrogen fuel cells. So we recognize the future is for no doubt on the hydrogen, but all other renewable areas. We also had a collaboration with, there is an institute in Mumbai known as Institute of Chemical Technology, ICT, in Mumbai. We had a collaboration agreement for generating green polybutylic acid and polylactic acid we had from sugar beet. So we had developed that. We had also pilot plan, but we could not go ahead further. By the time the focus has changed from polybutylene to lactic acid to some other projects. So we could not, but now that process we are utilizing for generating ethanol, bioethanol. So part of the technology for generating the bioethanol is the same one. So in fact, the two technologies which are for bioethanol in the country, one is Praj. Praj is putting up 2 plants for HPCL, bioethanol. One plant for ICT technology was for in BPCL. For that, we were using critical equipments. That project is delayed because ICT also had some difficulties in going ahead. But otherwise, we have spent quite a lot of time on the biogas generation as well as the bioenergy side. And we are a company which focus solar and wind. So we are looking at, we feel that future is renewable energy, because by 2050, we are committed that we have, I believe we may not be able to achieve net zero, the emission, but I believe company has committed to have at least reduce the generation of the greenhouse by 1/3. So we will certainly have a great potential on this, and we'll be very, very effectively working. Couple of other areas what I want to talk, already Mr. Khanna has spoken regarding technology as well as regarding biogas generation, so I would not like to, but critical areas we were looking. At that time when we were able to produce biogas, we were getting only 70% methane and 30%, 29% CO2, and the remaining, of course, other miscellaneous. But there was a technology which is developed by Chicago Institute of Gas Technology to purify the biogas to pipeline quality nearly 97%. We were also negotiating, but it was too early in the country in 2003, 2004. But still, I personally believe today we can, I think as Mr. Khanna said, there are quite a lot of technologies has come up. We can have near pipeline quality gas, and great future is for that biogas also. You can mix it with the hydrogen also and get it after. Now it is, I think, around 92% purity you can achieve, even for the normal conventional plants in the biogas. Though it is mentioned as 90, but some people are able to obtain up to 92%. If you are able to get something around 96%, that's something great, pipeline quality gas. So I personally, that's why I would like to talk to also John later, what his technology areas to look at how we can get into. And Chemtrol is committed to the country to produce a clean, safe environment for the society, and will always full support to REPA, Renewable Energy Producers Association. Thank you. And anytime we are available for renewable energy. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, K. Nandakumarji. And I feel, there must be an alliance. Khanna Sahab, you are hearing this. Probably the Sepuran could be a right area for them. They're already making these plants. And in fact, the alliance, if Sepuran and, Chemtrols can work out something together, and that could be the way forward for this biotechnology plants. So it's a very interesting thing that, EVONIK can actually collaborate or cooperate.
We will work. We will try. We will get in touch with EVONIK. We will try. I know that there is great potential.
I think Dr. Baumgarten wants to say something.
Yes. Thank you very much for this interesting talk, and I can only confirm that we maybe have something that we can bring to the table. Maybe I have later on the opportunity to share a few slides on our technology. Basically, we provide membranes that enable local system integrators to provide state-of-the-art upgrading technology for biogas, but also we have technology that will enable a future hydrogen-based infrastructure to handle both gas types. The nice thing with the membranes is that once you have a mixture with methane and hydrogen, you can easily take out the hydrogen again and make use of existing natural gas grids. I'll give a glimpse on that later on if I get that opportunity, but I'm looking very, very much forward to getting in touch in contact with you. Our team is present in this meeting as well, so I'm sure we'll follow up on this one.
Thank you, sir. In fact, my company has been associated with a lot of German companies for the last 40 years. We had a collaboration with a Stuttgart company by name Eckert in the instrumentation side in 1983. We collaborate with SICK, we collaborate with Siemens, so many German companies. I am a frequent traveler to ACHEMA from 1975, chemical engineering fair in Frankfurt once in 3 years, ACHEMA. So I I salute German technology. I always tell in all the presentations, India should become Germany of the East. Thank you, sir. I
Wonderful.
would like to take this forward. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mr.
And-
Khanna, for all the
very much.
details. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Iyer.
Wonderful. And Dr. Baumgarten will know the background. You know, I headed MA and B&W diesel in India. I brought the joint venture to India, built about 4,000 megawatt plus of captive power. It was the world record at the time. In the period we built this, of course, we built with the heavy fuel oil at the time, and we were trying to adapt to gas. You know, that was a different time because these were bigger engines, you know, 12 megawatt plus, the V4860. I introduced the V4860 in India, the first market, and also sold an L5864, a 580 mm ball, the big machine, which was basically marine engine, but we sold it in the market for power generation for a cement plant up there in the Madhya Pradesh region. It was a takeover by Gujarat Ambuja of Modi Cements. So a lot of history, just like Dr. Khanna and me come from the technology area. So it's not that come to publishing just like that. You know, I have been in the technology side, done it, seen these plants going to remote area, benefiting common people. I remember one big cement plant of L&T, which is today a brand, which is the Ultratech Cement. The captive power without the grid, we started in a belt infested with Naxalism, and that is at a place called Tadpatri. You know, the whole route was Naxalite belt. You know, there was only one flight which was going there at a time. So difficult. We used to travel. I used to land, take an army personal car, and move to that place and execute that project. It was so difficult to execute a 1 million ton cement plant. Today, that plant is not owned by L&T, because when I was doing it, it was owned by the Larsen & Toubro Limited. It is part of the Birla Group, one of the biggest groups in the country, the cement plant. We did the 25 megawatt captive power plant. Siemens was my electrical partner when we were heading the MA and diesel. Siemens was my electrical partner, and we integrated the German technology. We operated 6 megawatt, we put on a 6 megawatt rolling mill, literally on a 12 megawatt system, and by running both the engines together. And we had a special design for the generator from Siemens. So I can assure you, Germany, I worked for the German company, so I can tell you the background, and I was the head of the country. So there is no question that we understand this. And, you know, in fact, MAN Diesel had built a 2-stroke gas engine. Unfortunately, they have not got it to the market, but it was already there. And I'm constantly seeing my friend Abhijit Rajguru telling me, Clark Energy, that we are doing the gas engines and the combined heat and power plant. Thank you, Abhijit. You know, I'll give you the opportunity. Don't worry. But, you know, this is the great time, you know, because on one side, the ministry has taken an initiative to bring SATAT. And SATAT's opportunity is not only for transport, it could end up into the power grid itself in a decentralized fashion. So that's the future. And it's not only these 5,000 plants, it could even go more. So I hope Dr. Baumgarten is hearing what I am saying. So the potential is very big. You know, Sepuran could be the fitment, like talking about 96% efficiency. Sepuran 98%. That's what we have seen. With Sepuran, you can upgrade to 98%. So technology is available. It's literally the inventor is Dr. Baumgarten, the inventor is with us here. So in the second half, I think we are recognizing him and we are very happy. Yesterday, the secretary himself spoke very highly of this and also what Dr. Khanna had achieved. So I think we got the right group of people, and the public sector companies that are attaching with us is amazing, because this is like integrating the whole thing together to go to the market. Because the problem is we need efficient technology, low cost production at the end of the day, and make it affordable. Khanna Sahib, am I right? Dr. Khanna?
Yes, absolutely, Professor. In fact, Clark Energy has done a lot of good work. I know Jim Clark from a long time back when Jim Clark was there. And in fact, I was instrument in supporting him. That time I was the president and CEO of Jenbacher Energy, which is now today INEOS. And INEOS is doing very good job, actually, as far as the hydrogen part is also concerned.
Right.
So Wärtsilä and INEOS are two companies which are developing now the hydrogen combustion engines, actually. So I think we have a very bright future in front of us. And along with the biogas, which Dr. Baumgarten has specially contributed here with his Sepuran technology, his team also, I think we can bring a lot of potential to the Indian market and to the Asian market itself, you see, because these are specifically areas which are rural oriented and which need the biogas, etc. And hydrogen, EVONIK, I also know EVONIK is working on hydrogen. So EVONIK is specialized on the gas area and on the chemical area. So I think that can be also an area where we can look forward to.
Yeah.
That's all from
I
my
Yes,
side.
I can
will
come to
see a
this
reaction
later.
from Dr. Baumgarten.
I
May I
would
have a
like to
reaction from Dr. Baumgarten, please?
some
Yes,
electrolyzer technology.
I can only confirm what Professor Khanna said. We are indeed, of course, today focusing on biogas upgrading with more than 650 plants out there in the world operating. Actually, we are now also looking into hydrogen aspects with a grid, hydrogen grid extraction technology. We enable natural gas grids to transport hydrogen, and we're also developing hydrogen membranes for electrolysis, for anion conducting membranes. We believe we can reduce costs significantly for green hydrogen. But once more, I have prepared a small talk later on in the afternoon session.
Thank you.
Right.
Nice
So-
meeting you, Baumgarten.
We are coming to a stage where a very interesting presentation is there, and I think all of us must hear this presentation. May I welcome the entire team of Indian Gas Exchange, the first gas exchange of the country. We have Rajesh Mendiratta, the director and the CEO of the Indian Gas Exchange, and with him we have Mr. Anuj Mathur and also Mr. Shastri. And I think Mr. Anuj Mathur wants to make a presentation. So first, let us ask Rajesh to address. Rajesh Mendiratta, welcome, Rajesh.
Thank you,
Can I hear
thank you. Yeah. You are able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. So Rajesh, go ahead. Please
Yeah,
address us.
yeah. Thank you, Professor Iyer, for this event you organized. And we have been not able to, we were not so far introduced the new entity which we created after operating Indian Energy Exchange for last 12 years. We started Indian Gas Exchange last year. So it was inaugurated last year by Minister, and the platform provides similar functionality for gas. What we are doing for electricity, we are providing similar thing for gas, where anyone can buy gas, natural gas, from anywhere in the country. We take care of delivery, we take care of financial settlement. So it's not a cash market, it's basically physical market. So market for physical delivery of gas. And this was something we thought that it is the niche segment which was not being addressed by any other way. Since gas sector has been growing, and we understand that because of sustainability concerns, and then there's a lot of focus from government. They want to increase gas consumption from 6% to 15% in the total energy mix, and they are adding new CGD geographical areas. And recently only there was a news that they are going to add 65 more geographical areas for CGD license. So already the CGD licenses have been issued for about 226 geographical areas, and which covers almost like 70% of population. And in the 11th round, they are going further to expand that. So now when there is so much reach happening to our customers, they can be PNG customer household, or they can be CNG, which will be used for transport, and industrial and commercial customer anyway are using. So currently the whole market is concentrated in West, but maybe in next few years it will expand to the whole country. So even Northeast, we will have connectivity. There is a big pipeline getting commissioned, getting constructed. And then we will be able to connect. Earlier, like 5 years before, we had only HVJ pipeline. But then we added more pipelines. We connected south, we connected north. Now we are going to add eastern region and northeastern region. So there will be wide connectivity. Then we are also adding more of LNG terminals. So one terminal already, so major two terminals were operating, Hazira and Dahej. Now, in last 2 years, we added Mundra, we added Ennore, we added Kochi. Kochi was anyway there since last 3 years, and we are going to add Dhamra, and then we are going to add FSRU at Jagger. So, a lot of import capability is also being created for LNG. And all of this can actually expand the whole gas sector. And what we thought that there is a missing element here where market is not there. There is no platform where somebody can buy transparently, more competitively, and in a very neutral manner. And even a small buyer and seller should be able to do it. Today, generally we see there is a contract which are bilateral contract. They are for long term. It can be for a month and beyond, and there a lot of rigidity is there. And during all these COVID times, we understand that a lot of uncertainty was there. The buyer didn't know that whether they would be consuming any gas in next maybe a month or 15 days or not. So we thought we should provide more option for buyer to buy in a very shorter durations also, maybe for a day, for a week, for a weekend, or for weekday, or month, or fortnight. So all those options we thought that we can provide through this platform. And then we started this in June last year. And of course, there was no regulatory framework was there for the gas exchanges to operate. And good part was that when ministry, of course, gave blessings to us for starting this gas trading platform. That time there was no regulation, but the good thing was that they immediately given a mandate to PNGRB that they should make regulation for gas exchange. PNGRB issued the gas exchange regulation by September, and then we applied, and then we got approval. So we got approval in December. So since December, we are operating now like a approved gas exchange. So this is the first time in the country we are doing. And here we are providing a lot of options to buyer. They can buy for a week, for a day, for 1 day ahead basis, for a month basis. So today we are providing all the contract up to a month. Of course, somebody can buy for next month and 2 months later also. So maybe for 3 months, all options are available to customer. We already have got something like 19 members as participants who are registered with us. We have 500 clients also registered, where all CGD company, we have sellers, we have ceramic company, we have glass company, we have chemical company. So all of these are registered participant on the exchange, and we have seen the volume of trade is also happening. And then most important part of the exchange platform is to discover a price for the market, and that is also we are doing. So good thing is that so far we used to see the price in JKM somewhere in the international market, but we did not have our own benchmark. And now we are discovering our own benchmark price, and we are also disseminating it through emailers and through our social media handles. So we feel that we are going on a right track, and fertilizer and all these industries started using it since it was first time they came to know about such a platform. So it is taking some time. It was taking some time, but now it's moving on with a steady growth. So what I will do, I request my colleague, Mr. Anuj Mathur, he can give something in more detail. And of course, anyone who is interested in to know more can always feel free to connect to us. This is a new initiative, and we hope that will be the next presentation by Anuj must be very useful. And he will also disclose, share that what way we are disclosing or sharing our benchmark prices and how they compare with the international benchmark. So all of that he will discuss. So Anuj, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a minute before we introduce, I also want to say we have amongst us Mr. Arvind Jalani, who is the General Manager Commercial of NTPC, who's also joined us. So just for your information, because we are very closely working with NTPC, you know, Gurdeep, the Chairman and Managing Director, is also an alumnus of NIT Kurukshetra. Incidentally, I'm an NIT alumnus. We hold very proudly what we are, you know, so any help the exchange wishes to move forward, I'm always available. So we are very, because me and Dr. Khanna started this gas economy seminar, sir, in 2009. Am I right, sir? Khanna sir, 2009 was the first attempt we made for the gas economy with the Honorable Minister then of Energy, Government of Gujarat, Saurabhai Patel being the chief guest, and Dr. DJ Pandian, then Principal Secretary Energy, as also one of the principal guests on the dais. You were sitting on the dais. Dr. Khanna, do you remember we talked about this whole issue? We started in 2009. And what happened? 2012, we saw Gujarat building that big solar park. And later on, Gujarat got our award because of the gas grid. Only state to have the gas grid fully in India. So whether it's REPA or ENERTIA, we are at the forefront of this. And I wanted to tell Rajesh and team that we are veterans, both you and me, together. If we take the gas economy, we are the ones who moved the gas. I have the world record for, the captive power plant in India, and you have the record of building maximum gas plants. Probably anywhere, no professional would talk about the number of gas plants that you have built. So I think Rajesh should know our team. So I want him to know that where we sit, So even before the exchange was born, we were doing the gas. And you and me have been trying to bring LNG, and we have told blanket, people talk to us about affordability and price. I can tell Rajesh today that tomorrow morning, if any genuine fellow comes to me or Dr. Khanna, we will give you the gas at the price. I'm telling the government of India here openly. They can't get, but I can get them. That's the scenario. So we are a force to reckon with, and we are an oldie in the gas market. Others are new. That's what we want to say. So this is what I want to convey right in the forum. So the gas exchange knows that ENERTIA Gas Alliance for India is a bigger thing, and you must join hands with that. REPA is the enabler. It's a forum. When we started, people said, why, Professor, another renewable energy organization? You have ENERTIA. Why don't you continue? I challenged in 2011 with my colleague, Hetal Mehta, and we together founded this association. History has it that today we have come this place because we didn't believe in the skeptics, and we didn't believe in people who did not believe in renewable energy. We fought with system that was not in favor of renewable energy. And I'm very proud to say that there is no apex body that has done the work to the extent that we guys have done. And my colleagues, Dr. Khanna, now Brad Campo in North America, Dr. Prakasham Tata also sitting in, US, and also, the entire team, PVS and Murthy in India. They're all amazing team around us. And I can tell you that the years of experience that my people have, barely any other organization in India would talk about such exposure and experience and ability to move things, And I'm very thankful that the Secretary Petroleum has been so gung-ho with us, Tarun Kapoor, another man who has worked with me for a long time. And we have worked with him also. And we are fully in support of his SATAT scheme. I'm again repeating, we are fully backing the SATAT scheme as REPA. We want all these plants and more to come. $25 billion of investment in that for Bio-CNG will happen because we need renewable. Gas as a renewable, we must see it. So with this, I look forward to your presentation now. So a long way to go, but my friend, I am telling you that you have come to the right forum.
Thanks, Professor. Thanks.
Your entire team should know that.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, no.
Professor, if I may say something, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think that's a very good move, putting an exchange over here, because it will bring a lot of price flexibility into the country, actually.
Right.
And that is something very important because gas is part of the problem in India. And now with the gas exchange, it brings in for the customers a good benefit, actually, So
yes, surely.
Thank you very much for putting this. Thank you.
Thanks, Arjun.
Let's look forward to the presentation of IGX now.
Yeah, Anuj?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay.
For sure. Mr. Mathur, we can hear you.
All right. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's absolutely visible.
Okay. All right. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present here. In our presentation, we are briefly going to cover about the exchange platform, the recent trades, and we'll give you an update on the recent trades, the membership and how anybody can associate with us, and further what are the way forward and the liquidity enablers, which the exchange further feels that would be helpful for developing the market further. Now, just to give you a very brief timelines of these regarding the Indian Gas Exchange. So we were launched in June 2020 by the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji. And subsequent to the launch, the gas exchange regulations were notified. This happened in September 2020. These were notified by PNGRB, which is the regulator of natural gas in the country. Then December 2020 is when IGX received authorization and commenced operations as an authorized gas exchange platform. And this is the first gas exchange platform in the country. And subsequent to our authorization, in January 2021, we saw equity participation or stakes being purchased by some of the biggest stakeholders of the natural gas industry here in India, including Adani Total Gas, Torrent Gas, GAIL, ONGC, as the main oil and gas stakeholders, and then separately by the nation's largest stock exchange, which is NSE, National Stock Exchange, also purchased an equity stake in IGX. Now, then by March 2021, we had onboarded successfully 17 members and 500 plus clients were registered on IGX. These are all direct consumers of natural gas connected to various natural gas pipelines in the country. Then subsequent to our launch, two additional trading hubs were launched. These are in Dabhol and Jaigarh. And since till August 2021, we have crossed more than 1 million MMBTUs of natural gas have been traded. And we have recently also launched a day-ahead contract, which we'll get into the details of this in my subsequent slide. So currently, on the right-hand side, you can see the natural gas transportation pipeline network, and currently the hubs, they are based on physical trading hubs, meaning that the distance of your gas consumption point from the hubs determines the transmission pricing, because the transmission pricing for transportation is currently based on zones. Now, once a unified tariff is implemented, then we can probably think about moving towards a more virtual hub-based concept, which is somewhat what is prevalent in the European and other gas markets. So as I mentioned, the hubs that we had launched are Dahej, Hazira, Dabhol, Jaigarh, KG Basin, and KG Basin. Soon we are also in the process of launching hubs based on CBM somewhere in the West Bengal region, and then a few state or consumption point based hubs based out of Haryana and Uttarakhand. So the exchange currently has these following contracts available listed on any given trading day. You have monthly, fortnightly, weekdays, weekly, daily, and a day-ahead contract. Out of this, day-ahead contract has been launched only recently, as on 17th August. In fact, we have launched day-ahead market, and on any given trading day, any entity can take gas for 3 forward months, for 3 months, and up to 5 fortnightly contracts will be available to any participant. Similarly, weekdays means a gas for 5 days, which is Monday to Friday, and weekly is any contract for one given week. Daily being gas for any one given gas day. Now, these contracts have a start and an end date. The trading window S means the trading window start, and the trading window E is the trading window end. And currently, as per the regulations, since the transporters take up to 3 days to give confirmation of the booked capacity on the pipeline. So therefore, currently the contracts close on the -4-day basis, where that means that if, for example, if you wish to purchase gas for starting from 1st of September, then the contract for 1st of September will close on the 4th day, meaning 26th August is when the last trading contract for that particular day will be available. Now, as I mentioned, on any given trading day, you will have three forward monthly contracts available. That means that any entity can book in a trading session for tomorrow gas for September, October, and November. And there are 5 forward fortnightly contracts, fortnight meaning 1 to 15 and 16 to the end of the month, and so forth. So the way these contracts are launched is that the monthly contract is open, and the monthly contract closes first, and then thereafter fortnightly, weekdays, weekly, daily, and then day-ahead contracts are available to the entity. In day-ahead contract, what as per the contracts which we have launched, only those entities which have an existing GTA and currently valid capacity tranche agreement with transporters, only they can participate and trade for natural gas on a day-ahead basis, and on a day-ahead basis. Also, we are in the process of launching contracts for 3 to 6 months, where any entity can book for any one given contract gas for 3 and 6 months each. Now, the type of price discovery mechanism that the exchange follows is called a uniform price double-sided open auction mechanism. And here we have given a brief classification of the type of contracts and the auction mechanism that we follow. So a uniform price double-sided auction mechanism is a mechanism which is used for discovering price under monthly, fortnightly, weekly, and weekdays contracts, while the daily and day-ahead market is the price discovery takes place under continuous trading mechanism. Now, to give you a brief on what the uniform price double-sided open auction mechanism is, it basically means that during the trading hours, which start from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., the market will accumulate all the buy side bids and the sell side bids, and at the end, when the market closes at 2 p.m., it will plot a typical demand and supply curve where the all the buy side bids are arranged in the increasing order of price, and the sell side bids are arranged in the decreasing order of price. The point of intersection of both these two curves it determines the market clearing price for that day for that given contract, and the corresponding volume at which the market clearing price is determines the maximum amount of volume which can be cleared for that particular contract and that particular day. So this is how typically exchanges discover prices under monthly, fortnightly, weekly, and weekdays contract. And this kind of mechanism is very prevalent in the electricity market, which is also operated by the Indian Energy Exchange. So a similar concept is now been adopted for price discovery of natural gas in the country. Now, during the market time of 10 to 2 p.m., any entity or any market participant can place, modify, or cancel their bids any number of times during the time that the market is open. But post the last bid that remains in the system for any entity is considered for final matching. And like typical auctions also, if there is if there is a bid which has come in the market 5 minutes prior to the closing of the trading window, the market will auto extend by 15 minutes. to allow other entities to react to a new bid. And such extensions are valid till they happen till 3 p.m. after which the market closes. So this is a typical double-sided open mechanism where buyers and seller both are bidding, and both the beauty of this mechanism is that both these buyers and sellers, they are bidding independently of each other at a price which is the maximum acceptable price for each entity at which they can buy or sell gas. So in this way, the market participant is not influenced by what the other buyers and sellers capability of purchasing and selling is. He will buy or sell at a price point which he is most comfortable with, and the exchange, if it is a buy, will always discover, if the entity is a buy, will always discover a price which is lower than the buy bid which has been placed by the buyer. And if in case for a seller, will discover a price which is low, which is higher than the price which it has entered in the system. So that way, the prices which are entered by both buyers and sellers, they are their respective ceiling and cap prices. Now, in the continuous trading mechanism is a model which is very similar to stock exchanges, where the market clears volumes as and when the prices are matched. So, for example, under a continuous trading or daily or a day-ahead market, say a buy bid has come at a price of say 500 rupees per MMBTU, and corresponding to that there is a sell bid also at 500 rupees per MMBTU. So as soon as both these prices match, the corresponding volume for both these contracts will be matched and the trade price will be discovered. Now this happens during the market hours of 10 to 2 p.m. Now, one set of price has been discovered during this time period. Now, another set of buy and sell bids come, and suppose at a price of now say 600 rupees per MMBTU, then the market will again match that volume according to that price, and will discover another price of 600 rupees. So you can have multiple prices for daily and day-ahead markets, and the volumes will be cleared based on the highest tradable volume which has been discovered. Now, in order to provide depth and visibility to market participants for the market, the trading window, during the trading window, the market participant will be able to view the top 5 buy as well as the top 5 sell bids, meaning that he will be able to see both the price and the volume which is available on the system for that particular trading day. Now, this is without revealing the identity of the bidders. The exchange will not reveal the identity of who the entity is which is placing these bids till the market is active. So any entity during any given trading day will be able to view the market, the top 5 buy and sell bids. Now the minimum lot size, is the minimum volume of gas that can be bid in this system. That is 50 MMBTUs per day. Earlier it was 100 MMBTUs per day, but after our launch, we received some representation from other buyers who post that we have reduced our lot size to 50 MMBTUs per day. And the price tag is in rupees per MMBTU. So this is another way how we are discovering prices in Indian rupees and not in dollar denominated mechanism which is currently followed. So this is a very effective way of reducing the exposure to the currency volatility, and we have seen a lot of entities take benefit and book their volumes in larger volumes on the exchange. Now, price discovery, as I've already mentioned, they are in uniform price and double-sided auction mechanism. Delivery mode, we have two types of delivery modes. Now, all these contracts which I have talked about, these are for delivery only, meaning that there is no speculation involved, and all the gas which is traded on the exchange is for 100% delivery within that specified contract duration. Now, the two types of delivery mechanisms are, one is delivered transaction, which means that the exchange not only discovers the price and facilitates price discovery, but will also undertake booking of capacity with the gas pipeline transporter and deliver that gas to the location of the plant. That is called a delivered transaction. And second transaction type is an accept transaction. Accept transaction essentially means that the entity already has a GTA and already has valid capacity arrangements in place, and he's only coming on the exchange for discovering a price, and thereafter it is using its own transmission capacity which it has booked with the transporter for delivering of gas from the hub to its plant location. Now, the margins are collected on an upfront basis for daily and day-ahead contracts, and for weekly, fortnightly, and monthly contracts, cash and non-cash margins are collected. Now, the typical trade flow is mentioned here, which will give you a basic idea of how the flow currently happens. We have bidding, which takes place from 10 to 2 when the market is open, where buyers and sellers bid on the exchange through members or by becoming direct members of the clients, through traders or by becoming the direct members of the exchange. And post 2 o'clock, the matching happens where an MCP, which stands for market clearing price, and a market clearing volume is discovered, and the provisional trades are finalized. Once the trades which have been finalized at this stage are still provisional till they are given to the transporter for availability confirmation from the pipeline entity, from the pipeline operators, post which after the confirmation of the pipeline entity, the trades which are finalized and they are further scheduled for delivery amongst all the participants. Now, if during this stage where the MCP and MCV has been discovered and the trade is still provisional in nature, if there is any capacity constraint or any reason because of any valid reason, the pipeline transporter is unable to undertake delivery of that gas, then in that case, the provisional trades are null and void. They are cancelled if the transporter refuses to undertake delivery for that specified duration to the location. Now, some of the members and clients are listed here on this slide, and you can see some of the big names are associated with us. GAIL, Bharat Petroleum, Petronet, IGS, which is a JV of Reliance and PP, Adani Gas Torrent. These are some of the bigger members who can both buy and sell gas on the market. Then we have trading and clearing members, which are like typical act as a typical brokers and for aggregating the demand from smaller entities and placing their bids on the exchange. The clients are also associated with the trading and clearing members and are listed here and include some of the biggest names like GSPC, Piramal Glass, Gujarat Guardian, Halden, Saint Gobain, and virtually almost all of the CGD entities as listed. Now, some of the metrics related to the volumes which have been traded since inception. I mentioned it, as you can see, our volumes are gradually growing. And in July, we did approximately 4 lakh MMBTs of trade. And our trade numbers in August are also mentioned here. And these are typically the prices which we have discovered based on the, this here represents the volume for delivery under different types of months. And these are the typical prices which we have discovered. These are all in rupees per MMBTU that the exchange has discovered till now. Other, again, further metrics. So hub-wise, as you can see, the Dahej is one of the most liquid hubs as of now because of the interconnectivity and most of the gas flowing from the Dahej. Then we have contracts. As you can see, fortnightly and monthly are one of some of our most liquid contracts. And the transactions, as I mentioned, there are 2 types of transactions, delivered and ex-hub. So most of the buyers are preferring to take gas under ex-hub transaction. But delivered contracts are also, there are a sizable number of buyers under delivered transactions as well. Now, as far as the buying sector is concerned, most of the buyers are from chemical and glass segments, whereas we are seeing increased, the third most is reseller or marketers are also participating in the market. Then pipeline, GAIL's HPJ is the most used pipeline network, and it originates from Dahej. So these are some of the price comparison that we wanted to show. The price of IGX, which is depicted here in red, as you can see, is the price that we have discovered since Jan till recently has always been on the lower side of the current bilateral market spot rates, and also recently just has started crossing the long-term contracts. But it's currently on the lower side as compared to the international benchmarks. And it's also mentioned over here. So this is the price calculator which we have for entities based on the price. The block which is mentioned here in yellow is the price which the entity market participant places at the hub, and thereafter the transmission charges and taxes are additional for any entity. And of course, these are there are certain assumptions which are tailored to the particular buyer or seller. And the platform, since our inception, we have formulated a market advisory committee, which is represented by all the major gas industry stakeholders in the country, including all the transporters, all the major gas producers, the gas sellers, and gas consuming industries ranging from power, fertilizer to steel and CGD sector industries. This here represents the market advisory committee and we hold quarterly meetings with the entire market advisory committee to help formulate the gas exchanges, functions, and further deliberate on how we can improve liquidity of the market. Then market rules and bylaws of IGX are currently in place and have been also been approved by the regulator PNGRB, can be available on our website. A screenshot of our trading platform here is mentioned, and currently we stand at 19 members with more than 500 plus clients. We also have a monthly newsletter where we disseminate information related to the current trade activities on the platform, as well as the updates on the market and other activities. taking place in the gas industry in India. Now, there are the ways with which you can associate with the exchange are mentioned here. There is a proprietary membership, which generally includes entities which have a large exposure to gas. They can associate directly with us as a proprietary member. The fees and one-time deposit are mentioned here.
GHIL, beta.
Then you have trading and clearing members. As I mentioned, they are basically like brokers for the system, and they aggregate the buy and sell and place their bids and perform the clearing with the exchanges. Then we have CGD members. We have a separate account for CGD members with the client fees as mentioned here. Then clients associate directly with the trading and clearing members. And trading and clearing member is someone who can only bid on behalf of the client. And the client fees for associating with us is only 1 lakh as compared to becoming a proprietary member. So some of the enablers or liquidity enablers that we feel can further strengthen
Can we sum up quickly?
Yes, sir. This is my last. So sale of domestic gas having marketing freedom at the exchange. We feel currently there is domestic gas is restricted for selling, and according to DGH circular, there is a long-term single-side auction which happens, and they're only able to sell gas through those auctions. So that is something which we feel like domestic gas marketing freedom can trade freely on the exchange, as well as sale of APM gas. APM gas is the administered price mechanism gas also. Then in independent system operator, there have been some movements from the ministry. They have floated a paper on independent system operator. There was a public consultation process which was also held. Then, of course, on tax front, natural gas under GST is a long pending demand of the entire industry, and we feel that this is something which will be very beneficial for all the participants. Then CGD, which is these local gas distribution entities, currently operate under the marketing exclusivity period, and some of the longer functioning CGD entities have their marketing freedom, marketing exclusivity has already expired, and PNGRB has already floated the exclusivity regulations, implementation of which is pending. So once the open access for CGD entities is also allowed, there can be more participation on the exchange for customers located on CGD networks. Then fertilizer gas sourcing is currently handled through the EPMC process, which is the empowered pool management process, which has been conducted by GAIL. So this can come through on the exchange. We feel that IGX as a neutral platform and authorized body is well suited to conduct these type of auctions. And also the implementation of unified transmission tariff, as I mentioned, will be again a very helpful step for all the buyers and sellers to purchase gas from virtually any part of the country. Then the way forward, currently exchange IGX, we are working on state-wise trading hubs, basically meaning that we want to open a trading hub near to the demand centers. This will be beneficial for buyers located close to these hubs. And also we want to strengthen our KYC and know your customer related clauses, so that more international sellers can participate on the exchange, which are currently under there are money laundering and other related clauses that they have. So this is also currently under works. And then, as I mentioned, there are 3 to 6 month contracts or also long duration contracts, which we are working to bring on the exchanges as well. Exchanges. So this is mainly from our side, sir. Again,
Wonderful.
thank
See,
you.
there is a question coming from John Rosebush, our president of Worldwide Development Corporation. And the question that he has put across is the exchange, this is to you, the exchange, maybe Rajesh can answer it or you can answer it, is are you concerned about the liquidity in the exchange? This is the question John Rosebush poses to you.
Yeah, Professor, actually, this is very important for exchange to have liquidity. Liquidity means more volume, more diverse buyers and sellers. And this is finally what we are attempting to do is getting more people on board and getting more volume so that our price discovery is more robust. So that is the purpose of the exchange. And we always are concerned and we have objective of increasing the liquidity. So there is no denying this is the sole objective on which we work because that gives the maximum value to the customer. If there is a good competition happening on the exchange, good price discovery happening on the exchange, so all those benefits go to the buyers and there is a transparency. So that is what people love. Today in the bilateral market, there is no transparency. We don't know what is the price at which gas is getting traded today. But tomorrow, when exchange will have more liquidity, more people, more buyer seller, then this will give very robust price discovery, and that can be taken as benchmark. And then you can start a futures market over and above this spot market. So that is a very big takeaway coming from the exchange.
Right. Now, see, I also want to say that this presentation was good, but I mean to say, as we go along, we can interact with the exchange. The REPA would be able to enable that in the future. Any other questions for the exchange before I announce a few people's presence? Here and some important announcements are there. Any questions for the exchange from anybody?
Anuj, you can unshare this presentation.
Yeah. I think this presentation, if you can email to us also.
Yeah, we'll do that.
It's much better.
Why don't you unshare this presentation?
Yeah, Milega. Bhupender Singh is asking. Our friend Bhupender Singh from Petronet LNG is here. He's asking for the copy of presentation. So I hope I can get a copy so that I can distribute to whoever wants it.
We will be sending it to you and you can distribute it.
Yeah, that will be wonderful. That will be wonderful. Any question, Khanna Saab? Any questions for them? Because you are the international players. Let's put the question in front of them.
No, I think it's a very good thing that they have introduced as a rupee conversion. So they are not quite flexible. So the exchange rates are fixed in that sense. And I see that they are below the spot market. So that's very good, actually. The question is how far they can do the future trading later on, because that will be one of the vital issues on the gas market, actually, So, but gas supply is limited currently in India, so that is, I don't think it's a big issue at this stage, you see.
Right.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, when we were deciding on what should be the currency denomination, and then there was a lot of, because all gas sector players are used to dollar denominated contract. Yeah. But first time when we were doing, we thought that this must be done because the Indian customer, why they should be paying something in dollar? They will definitely pay in rupees, but why they should be worried about dollar? Because whatever gas comes into Indian market, that should be traded in Indian rupees only.
Very good.
So I have to also talk about the presence of one more gentleman, a former colleague of mine from the gas business and from MAN. He worked under me and wonderful man. Praveen Pai from Dubai has joined us. In fact, he will be also making a presentation. He's from the captive power and gas-based power market. Praveen was basically heading BG India, basically BG Services, which is now Royal Dutch Group. It's a Royal Dutch Shell Group. Now it is. And it was a company called BG India Energy Services Private Limited. He was the head of the business there. And he was always also the chief operating officer of Jackson Limited, one of the biggest OEMs of Cummins, and at the same time, they are into both the gas market, gas-based power delivery market, and also solar as well. So Praveen will be also talking to us shortly. But in the meanwhile, let me announce the presence of two very interesting company from Vapi. You know, this is Hasmukh Gondalia. Hasmukh Bhai is there? Can Hasmukh Bhai hear me? Hasmukh Gondalia is General Manager.
Yes, sir, I'm hearing you.
Oh, wonderful. Hasmukh Gondalia is GM Utility of Gujarat Heavy Chemicals Limited, former, and it is now called GHCL Limited, Vapi, right? I love to see this Vapi in, because I had a short time when I came out of my college, NIT. I stayed with my father in Vapi. He was in packaging area, and I started literally from the small town of Faridabad earlier, where I lived as a youngster and grew and did all my work. And when Vapi was the first spot before I started my career in Mumbai. And of course, later on, my career was both Gujarat and that means Baroda and this. So Hasmukh Bhai, you want to say a few words? It's nice to have you.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to yourself. You are organizing such a wonderful event. And we got a really important and useful information about this IGX and other things. So
Right,
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
In fact, I have worked with Gujarat a lot. In fact, I was with Dr. DJ Pandian. Then, your Dakshin Gujarat Wej Company Limited, that time Mr. H.S. Patel was the MD. We worked very closely with the utilities in Gujarat over a long time. It's only the last 1 or 2 years because of this, a little bit because of the COVID, that this movement has come a little bit stopped. But I think Gujarat was always, I would say, very strong in energy sector. And I hope that Gujarat continues to lead energy sector in a big way. Aswa, it's very nice to have you.
Same to you, sir. And you are most welcome at our place. Anytime you can come down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Hasmukh Bhai. Thank you. And we also have Mr. Venugopal Vijay, General Manager Maintenance of Mangalore Refinery and Petrochemicals Limited. Is Venugopal ji able to hear me? Is he there? He was there? Okay, he was there. I think right now I can't hear his voice. But yes, surely Bhupinder Singh, Petronet LNG. Bhupinder, can you hear my voice?
Yes, sir, I can hear. Thank you.
Yeah. So आपका कुछ सवाल था तो we have addressed to the exchange. तो आपको presentation चाहिए, which we will send the presentation to you for sure.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question you have for them?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Bhupinder Saab. Thanks. So I must also, I think one issue today is a very important issue. All of us are here. Maybe just about 30 minutes or 1 minute silence we can keep. See, I'll tell you, we had a very wonderful man by the name of S.C. Tripathi. S.C. Tripathi was the former Secretary Petroleum for the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. And I knew him personally very well. And we lost Tripathi Saab to COVID on the 19th of May. And maybe we can keep a little bit small moment of silence, because this seminar or this conclave, gas economy, he had a big hand in supporting us in the year 2015, the second conclave. I think one of the pictures will come up, but if we can just keep a little bit of 1 minute silence for him. This is the gentleman. In the pictures. Thank you to all. Thank you to all. And that was some of the pictures, some of the glimpses with him. And also you'll see with him one of our very important guests joining us subsequently. And that is along with him that day was Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi. Pradeep Chaturvedi is joining us at 3 o'clock. He is also enabled a United Nation. He's also very senior director in the Institute of Directors, and he is a very senior person from the industry. I think we are missing Tripathi Saab today, because this discussion is basically a continuation of what these people had done long ago. So S.C. Tripathi was, I would say, the man who actually supported the idea of gas economy. And this was 2015, the second conclave that those pictures were there. And we must not forget these people. That is the center. Right at the center is Tripathi Saab. On his right, it is me sitting there, and on his left-hand side is Pradeep Chaturvedi. Pradeep ji will be joining at roughly 3 o'clock. That's what I have understood. So we will not forget him. Thanks to the work that he did as a Secretary Petroleum at a time. And yesterday, the Honorable Current Secretary Petroleum also, paid the tributes to Tripathi ji. Thank you for all of that. And I think, I will now invite Praveen Pai. Praveen is here. Praveen, yes. I think let's get Praveen to address the forum here. Praveen, the floor is to you now.
Thank you very much, Professor, and good afternoon to all of you. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. It's been a long time since I participated in gas economy. I have been part of this industry for almost 26 years now. And one of the first involvement and early involvement in gas-based power generation way back in 1999, when gas-based power plants were not so popular. HFO was more popular at that point. So I was lucky enough to get an opportunity while working at Rolls-Royce to sell the first gas-based power plant for them for Garden Silk Mills in Bareilly in Surat. So that's where the journey started, and it never looked back. I worked for 9 years with BG, which hired me for setting up their power business in Gujarat, which was alongside their daughter company, Gujarat Gas Company, which was a gas distribution company. And later on, I moved to the corporate office, both in the midstream LNG business development and also upstream Panna Mukta Tapti joint venture with Reliance and ONGC. So I had a full value chain experience and seen the gas industry move really to a point where it was kind of predicted to be the fuel of future till such point when suddenly there was scarcity in country generation, production of gas, and worldwide LNG prices becoming very, very unpredictable. So the progress that it's made initially in the first 7-8 years, right from 99 till the mid of 2005, 2006, 2007. Thereafter, there were constraints in terms of pricing, which led to a little bit slowdown. But I think now the prices have kind of stabilized. People have adapted to the pricing. The exchange presentation was really wonderful and excellent and informative. I think this is really opening doors for a lot of users who used to normally get lost thinking where to go and whom to approach because of smaller volumes or because of lesser contacts or connects with the gas suppliers or traders. So this is a very, very open forum for everyone to access. And I think even a small user with a small factory sitting somewhere down south in Tamil Nadu or Kerala or anywhere in Gujarat, Maharashtra can straight away get access to free and transparent pricing. It's a great and excellent move. And as rightly said, Professor Iyer and his team, and we all were part of that advisory team at that point, were trying to make it transparent at that point 10 years back or maybe 15 years back. But anyways, we say that there se hai, but durust hai. So I think it is a new beginning for the gas with such transparency. And I think with the thrust on renewable energy also from our Honorable Prime Minister and the current government, it is complementing each other very well by replacing the conventional thermal power. And solar is building its capacities on one side, and gas can be an alternate, and then hybrid, which is getting so popular now all over Europe and also in some parts of Africa. where gas and solar hybrid power plants are already up and running on the ground. Wärtsilä has kind of commissioned a couple of them already in Europe and Africa. They're working on one in Africa. I think sooner than later, India will see those power plants also coming up. It would be a unique combination of solar and gas hybrid power plants. And we all need to put our minds together to make that thing popular so that we can have the best combination from reducing the power cost. And once the power cost is reduced, obviously everything else, the impact on input also will be favored consumers. Thank you again, everyone. This is what I wanted to add, and thanks for this great initiative, and look forward to many more of these. You are on mute, Professor. You're on mute.
Professor, unmute. Unmute, Professor.
Professor, you are on mute.
I said what Praveen said is wonderful. What Praveen said is wonderful. Praveen was my colleague and he joined me from a smaller company at that point of time. But then he made great progress and I'm very proud of him. He has done well in life and I think he's contributed to the sector also very well. And it's time for people like Praveen to make some leadership and start an entrepreneur or enterprise on his own, because he has a lot of experience from different angle into the gas sector, especially in the technology of production of power. And also he luckily goes to solar. And one of my favorite is the gas solar hybrids. If we can do in a decentralized fashion also, that's very important. And John Rosebush today talks about a very different technology using water forces and river forces and the kinetic energy and then disruption coming in. So all these things will come together. Some will be executed. The question would be challenge to intermittent power of solar. While I keep supporting solar, but yes, we need better technology. Intermittent power is a constant challenge. And in fact, it's even worse for wind. I've been never convinced about wind in spite of this coming into the grid because it's been creating a lot of trouble. I met the minister in Tamil Nadu, Arcot Veeraswamy at the time, and he was very clear that it's very difficult to offtake the wind and take the whole thing across the grid, and then it's uncertainty. So this infirm power issue will be always dealt with. Then I'm not talking of a technical subject which I love, basically harmonics. You know, the transient load and harmonics coming from these power plants. Germany is facing it already. So this is a very big threat to the grid. People may not realize today, but as you pump more and more renewable energy into the grid of infirm capacity, then the whole game starts. The grid becomes imbalanced and we have to maintain the frequency, 50 hertz. And in America, it's 60 hertz. It's just all like that. So I think in the long run, we need a mix, but we need to be genuinely concerned about what we are doing. Like my friends come with the idea of lithium batteries. Now, lithium is a rare earth material. Where is the question of lithium becoming commercially viable? I've never held, earlier there was a discussion, cadmium telluride, people came to me. I said it'd be a big flop. And one of the companies which made this cadmium telluride based, PV systems in America has gone defunct. I don't want to name them, but they're closed down. Then somebody came with the idea, we can use gallium arsenide, and gallium arsenide again is a rare earth material. Anything that has got to do with rare earth material and its usage, I don't think can be commercially successful. And that's where we and John, I think when I hit off with John, it was basically on this idea. So I'm still very gung-ho about using gas through compressed biogas, that is waste, and converting it into usable product. And that's what I'm looking at as a big function of success. While India should continuously try to indigenize and not import too much of this gas in the long run. So these challenges, because sitting in the forum of renewable energy, we would like to look at the renewable capacity increasing, and gas as renewable is going to be a focus. So with this, I think I also want to give the, Okay, John Rosebook has just written something. He said, I worked for the Marathon Oil Company, an international oil company for 26 years. We supplied LPG gas to Japan for more than 50 years. And I've also delivered LPG to Ireland from equational Guna for 20 years. I helped support these endeavors for Marathon. So that means John has a great experience on gas as well. And this is good that we have him here. So I want PVS and Murthy now. Murthy Saab, you're there?
Yeah.
TVS and Murthy, please.
Yeah. Yes,
Murthy, sir, please go ahead with your address. You have heard all the people and you're one of the stars in our fraternity. And you work for both Voith and Alstom, and you've seen all type of stuff, including T&D, I would say combined cycle power plants and gas-based power plant. And later on, you went to hydro. We know. So you have got an all-rounded experience. Please address this forum now. Floor is to you.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. We had a lot of good exchange today of what is going to happen with the gas and its importance. Well, India needs the gas. Gas economy is the one which can propel your GDP also. It's linked with the GDP also. So for the gas economy to survive in India and to make some of the power plants which are defunct because of non-availability of the gas is also one of the important points which needs to be addressed. The gas exchange, I don't know how much they are able to supply to the power plants, the gas availability from them. But that is one of the major requirement, I feel, about 24 gigawatts of power supply is coming from the gas in India, out of which in my own state, about 3-4 gigawatt of power comes from gas, out of which virtually 2.8 gigawatt or so is sitting idle. And most of these gas projects have become NPAs. So that means India needs gas badly. That means supply of gas is very important for India. And that's where the gas economy in all sectors is very much important for us. Well, also one point I would like to say is decentralized production of the power generation is also one of the important things where gas and solar can be the decentralized power for a country like India, which has a lot of remote cities, a lot of remote villages where some of the things cannot reach. That's one of the decentralized power supply is very important for us. Well, this is some of the things on gas very important to be taken care of. And especially the power plants. Power plants are suffering badly in India because of the lack of gas supply. And some of the private sector people are suffering very badly. And some of their assets have become NPAs, non-performing assets, because of non-availability of the gas, not because of their performance. The performance will be perfect. But because of non-availability gas, they have become NPAs. And this point also needs to be addressed by the Minister of Petroleum, because they are the people who have to get into the arrangement of gas for these power plants also, which are quite important for our country today. And because gas plants are plug and play, they can come out and come fast when the grid requires them, like hydro plants. So this is most important, one of the points which needs to be addressed by the gas economy. When you're talking about gas availability, this is one of the major points to be seen how we are going to run the idle gas power plants lying in India for a long time. And that needs one of the major support from the Minister of Petroleum for this purpose. That's what I would like to share, and it's a wonderful online symposium for a long time. After a long time, we are meeting, Professor, and thank you very much for taking this initiative. And it's a wonderful exchange of views, meeting old friends on the line. And thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity, Professor. Thank you.
Right. So it's wonderful from hearing from Murthy Saab on all these, because he's been a stalwart, and a common parlance we have is the grid frequency control and the necessity to have both gas and hydropower. That's been our way, because you cannot do peak shaving. You can't keep a spinning reserve. The only plug and play devices are both hydro and gas. So that's the option for power generation. So the countries, so there has to be a great coordination between the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas and the Ministry of Power. So that's where the whole game comes, because one is the supply side and the other is the demand side. So if this goes in, then it works, because even the exchanges can only function in an environment when there is a coordination between the ministries. I am closely working with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, and I'm very sure that I will shortly meet the Minister of Power himself. And I'm planning to meet the Minister of Power in quick time. Maybe in another 1 month, I will try to approach the Ministry of Power personally and his officials, the way I'm discussing with the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. So that's the whole thing. And let me get Murugesan, Mr. N. Murugesan, former Director General of Central Power Research Institute. Do we have you, Murugesan Saab? Murugeshan ji, can you hear me? Mr. Murugeshan? No voice. Mr. N. Murugeshan, please. Or maybe he's on the mute. So maybe he's missing. We can see him, but I can't see his photo. So maybe he's not there. So let us get our Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal. Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal is the professor of mechanical engineering, Department of Mechanical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, my own alma mater, and he's there with us. And they have done some extraordinary work in the creation. This man has been taking due initiative in ensuring that gas-based delivery and I would say hydrogen, basically towards the hydrogen movement. He has done some good work at the grassroots level. Maybe here, Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal, you're there?
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sir.
Kaushal sahab, boliye. Please, everybody hearing, even our John Rosebush is very attentively attending. I'm thankful to him for being throughout here. We're thankful to John once again. So,
Yeah,
Rajneesh Kaushal, go ahead. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Though you already have introduced me.
We can't see your video.
Actually, I'm at home. At that time, I was at office. Let me try. Okay.
Yeah. Now you can. Don't worry.
So,
go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Professor Iyer has mentioned that I am from mechanical engineering background, and since last 5 years, I have been working in the area of bioenergy. And recently, we have converted our newly procured engine, that is a variable compression ratio diesel engine. It is a single cylinder diesel engine, and we have successfully conducted the experiments and on the hydrogen. We have converted it on the hydrogen, and we have developed this conversion kit by our own. Of course, we have taken the help of some external agencies also, small industry people we have tied up with. And apart from this, we have also worked on in the area of gasification. Okay, so we have worked with various feedstock materials which are abundantly available in and around, and which are otherwise creating the environment pollution. So you might have heard about the prali, the burning of prali also. So that otherwise is creating environment pollution to an extent. So we have successfully converted this prali and other type of organic waste materials into a useful gas, that is the producer gas. And a small unit of around 40 kilowatt electrical capacity we have developed at NIT Kurukshetra itself in my lab. So I am a professor in charge of thermal engineering lab, and I have recently upgraded this lab to advanced thermal engineering lab. So all the facilities like we have the engine test bed also. So the producer gas generated from the gasification unit, we have tested that producer gas in the this same engine, and we have successfully saved around 58.8% of diesel when we run the diesel the engine in the dual fuel mode. And not only this, we have worked in the area of the biochemical conversion route, that is the anaerobic digestion process. And we have developed a mathematical model also, and the experimental facility we have developed to just like validate the experimental model to predict the biogas and methane yield from a particular type of feedstock material. So that has been appreciated worldwide since we have published it in the very reputed journals. Elsevier's Fuel and Elsevier's Energy journals, we have published our observations. Apart from this theme, I have worked in the area of hybrid powered liquid desiccant air conditioning system. So I have recently developed this facility which is working on the dual mode. Like in the sunshine hours, it has been worked on the solar energy. I have used the ETC, evacuated tube collector, and then in the non-sunshine hours, we have used the biogas. So I have developed 2 cubic meter capacity biogas plant by our own in my lab itself with the help of fiber reinforced plastic material. And we have operated this hybrid powered liquid desiccant air conditioning system in the dual mode. So these are the few glimpses, and I'm looking forward for getting this project, which I have recently applied for on the in the DST for developing a conversion kit for multi-cylinder diesel engines. Since most of the vehicles, automotive vehicles like transport vehicles and public transport vehicles, they are working on the diesel engines. So the time has come now to switch to this hydrogen economy. And sir has mentioned recently, yesterday we were in talk, Professor Iyer was mentioning about the RE energy, RE mobility. So before going for the e-mobility, we should go for the re-mobility, RE mobility, renewable energy mobility. So I am completely agree, and I'm very much impressed for this statement and this gesture. So I'm very much happy to join this platform today. Since morning, I've been listening to all the stalwarts, and I'll be happy to be in touch with all if I can do anything. So that's all from my side, and thank you, Professor Iyer and Professor Tyagraj.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal. And the work being done by you is at the grassroots level, and that conversion kit which you are talking about, which can be made commercially viable, it will be a great scene, because we need to commercially make gas viable in this country, and it cannot be by buying new technology or this thing, but basically by finding ways and means to ensure that we can convert the existing infrastructure into a usable infrastructure. So probably all the diesel engine people may look at technology coming from the universities like the National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra itself, my own alma mater, and your presence there. So maybe if there is some fitment between the automotive makers and what you are doing, so this could be applying commercially, and it could actually bridge the whole situation. So thanks once again for the little brief that you have given to all of us here, and that is the academia, institution, and industry collaboration is very essential for India to succeed in these areas. I also want now our friend Abhijit Rajguru. Is Abhijit Rajguru there from Clark Energy? Can you hear me? I saw that he was there. I can see his name, but if he can hear me, I think I'm not seeing him. I'm not getting him to talk. So Dr. Khanna, any view on this? Before I bring back John Rosebush, I'm going to go back because he has some views. He has been posting a lot of things. I want to give the floor back to John Rosebush to talk on these things that he heard. Before that, Dr. Khanna, please.
Well, Professor, I think that's a very good research which your colleague is doing over there. We know producer gas is difficult to handle, and producer gas, because the methane number is very low, so you have to blend it usually with syngas or something like that, depending upon. And diesel engines could be an answer to that. I think there's still a lot of research work still to be done on that, so to get efficient results on that, but it's a good move. Thank you.
Right. I think I want to go back to John, because he had a question for our Dr. Rajneesh Kaushal and also other things. John has been posting a few things. John, floor again back to you, because you're watching what's happening.
I've been watching with great deal of interest. One thing I like to say is that this new energy invention that we talked about will power the urban areas in India, but the rural areas, especially the very remote rural areas, are going to need some type of energy, which I believe the solar panels that you're installing today would fit in there, even though it is intermittent energy. I think that solar is going to be required, especially in your rural areas. The next thing I commented on is the natural gas consumption is going to increase as the middle class in India grow. It will increase a great deal. In the United States, a huge amount of natural gas is used for heating their homes, cooking, furnaces, and we see fertilizers will grow. So natural gas is not going to be hurt, but it's not going to grow exponentially. This new energy invention will take over the generating the electricity, especially in your urban areas. The next thing I like to talk about is how much research has been done on converting our current gasoline and diesel engines to run off pure hydrogen, hydrogen combustible, not hydrogen fuel cell. You know, that runs off batteries. We're talking hydrogen combustible. And it burns a little hotter in the chamber, but I'm wondering if we could dilute that, and so we could convert our vehicles similar to a natural gas conversion that we do today in our vehicles. That way we can use our current infrastructure and we can get off oil for our vehicles very fast. And with this new energy invention, we know we can create a gallon of alternative energy equivalent to a gallon of gasoline for 25 cents. Now that's huge. And we should be able to create enough to power all the land transportation in India. And if they can convert that to run off hydrogen, that is huge, because then we don't have to create a new infrastructure, and we could, because there's pumps out there that can create the hydrogen right at the time of fueling. So it's a very safe delivery system. You don't have to store the hydrogen ahead of time. And this would allow India to convert all its land transportation in a very big hurry and get off oil, which is essential to the sustainability of the human race. But these are some of the questions that the panel should be talking about and trying to comment. You know, I've been commenting, but I hope everybody comments, because this is an open panel, and what we're after is the truth, and we're trying to figure out things that need to be worked on and a way forward. So I don't want to take over this panel. I input questions, but I'm sure that there are many questions that guests have. Please, you know, let's get everybody involved here, since we're all here anyway, and use this chat room to exchange ideas and to talk about things. I mean, that's how, you know, progress is made, and all of us come to, you know, some type of conclusions to go forward on. And I think the panel you've assembled is like really awesome. And so let's take advantage of that while we're here.
Right. And with that little feed from John, I want to tell you that we have one Mr. Gaurav Jain, commercial advisor to the ExxonMobil, who has joined us just now in the show. And welcome, Gaurav Jain. Can you hear me? Gaurav Jain here. Can you hear me? Welcome to, we are seeing you, ExxonMobil India, commercial advisor. So Gaurav Jain, thanks for joining. And there is also one gentleman from one of the largest, in fact, it's the largest private sector paper and pulp company. It's called Padamji Pulp and Paper. It's in Pune. We have Lalji Dwivedi, who is part of this conclave. So you can see the diaspora that's gone into, you know, it's like, you know, the industry is literally here. We have the cooperatives from the farm sector. We had, you know, the Gujarat gas producers. We had gas-based power producers. We have the entire Power Producers Association watching us. So things like that, you know. So this is a forum that actually excites me. You know, I'm back to doing what we must have done several years ago, but unfortunately, this particular topic was not in the debate. It took us a lot of time. No, Dr.
Let me say something about the oil industry. I worked for Marathon. They supported my family. The oil industry, without the oil industry, this world would never evolve to where it's at. The oil industry has contributed so much to the world wealth, to the world progress. There's no way I would ever bash the oil industry. The problem is we're running out of oil, and the time for oil has lessened. And now oil is critical for petrochemical stocks. It's going to remain one of the most expensive commodities in the world for petrochemical stocks. But it is time to reduce our exposure to oil. Air transportation is going to be dependent upon oil for quite a while, but we should be able to reduce the land transportation. So again, I'm not against ExxonMobil. I've never engaged with the oil companies, but the Prince of Saudi Arabia and the Prince of Dubai have emailed me wanting to fund this project. So that tells you that they're not afraid of this new energy invention. Matter of fact, they're excited over it because they want to preserve their oil for future generations. And so there's a place for everybody, and the oil company should embrace this. All oil companies should. They're going to have to consolidate, but they've done that before, and there's no reason why they wouldn't again. But there's going to remain a very important, matter of fact, critical piece, because oil, in my mind, is the most valuable commodity in the world besides water and food. And so, and it's going to remain that way. And that's why I said recycling plastics, everything else. Oil is going to remain very valuable. Matter of fact, I believe it will increase in price 20-fold over the next 10, 15, 20 years because we are starting to run out of it. You know, in the Arctic, they predict there's 90 billion barrels of oil reserves in the Arctic. And you go, wow, that's a lot of oil, right? That's less than a 3-year world oil supply. And so that means the whole Arctic's got to melt so we can get less than 3 years of world oil supply today, because that's the consumption, 34 billion barrels a year. We have to change. And, you know, why wouldn't ExxonMobil and their 100,000 engineers want to be involved in this and get moving on it? I can't imagine any oil company not wanting to help lead this project going forward. So please don't think that because I said we need to get off oil that I'm against oil. I'm pro-oil. It's just that I'm pro-oil to preserve it now for our kids and grandkids so we can have a future. This is about the survival of the human race. So, you know, that's why I'm here. And I'm so glad you gave me a platform. And I'm hoping that ExxonMobil contacts me and wants to help. There's no reason why everybody should not be involved in bringing this forward. It's going to take everybody to convert our planet from a fossil fuel consumption throwaway society to a alternative energy, recyclable, sustainable society. Is going to take everybody on the planet working together. This is not just, you know, people can't just say, well, this company's going to take care of it or that company's going to take care of it. It's going to take everybody, and we're going to have to change. So, Professor, you are a wizard at bringing all the right parties together to discuss these challenges that we're facing.
Yeah, thank you, John. Thank you once again. We have Gaurav Jain, ExxonMobil. Does he want to make a say something here? Is Gaurav Jain hearing me from ExxonMobil? I think he's there in the conference and I think he's not logged in. Anyway, so my point is simple. John's technology part is very important. That's the future innovation and we're working on it. And I think, you know, the right moves are made. On the other side, as I told just the professor, that we need to talk of not e-mobility. Electric vehicle is not the only way. We have to talk about RE mobility. That again pushes my point on alternative and sustainable energy based mobility or renewable energy based mobility. So I always use the word RE mobility at REPA, and that is our pitch. And we are going to have an exclusive summit after this. We're thinking of having something on RE mobility. After this summit, we are planning a summit on RE mobility as well. So that would be great, you know. And I think I'm seeing Dr. Baumgarten back here. So Dr. Baumgarten has been hearing everything.
I will talk about I will talk about biogas a little later, but coming to John's point, actually you have to walk the talk. I would like to share with you that me personally, I'm running a CNG, or better call it bio-CNG car, so zero CO2 emission. This is the trend, and actually you have to walk the talk. I can only invite you to follow that example, and personally I feel this is much better than a battery car.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And this is the challenge, you know. I have been talking to the electric vehicle manufacturer. The first and foremost point I talk about is lithium is a rare earth material. I repeat it. So they don't understand this point, and probably they're blinded to the whole cost. And in fact, going to IC engine technology and actually ensuring that we can use bioenergy. That means biofuels, a combination of biofuels, and including compressed biogas and probably, you know, even biofuel, Jatropha. You know, for example, in India, we have Jatropha, the biodiesel. That could come into picture. I want to give you a piece of history. When I headed MAN Diesel in India, that time Dr. Schulte was my chairman in Germany. Dr. Schulte was a great man, and he loved me so much because he used to call me Pitbull because I was disagreeing with everybody. So I was a difficult man for the German people, but at the same time, I was like a half German, you know. And so they used to call me on my hotline and they would say, Pitbull. First, I did not understand what did it mean. And they said, then they talked about that particular, they said, a Pitbull can take on a lion, you know. That was the joke. So Then all my German colleagues over there used to love me, because we were the auxiliary people, they knew the engine. But the one thing that I promoted there was the idea that the great Rudolf Diesel, the inventor of the diesel engine, did not use the diesel fuel as we know. The fuel was named after him. In fact, he used vegetable oil to run his single piston cylinder and demonstrate the success of power generation. So I think most of the people forget, and believe me, at MAN, this part was introduced after I pointed out to them. It was not there in our MAN books because Machine and Fabric, Augsburg, Nuremberg was basically Rudolf Diesel's own factory. And I don't want to get into the World War problem. Khanna Saab knows about all that, what happened to Rudolf. But, I had the luck of being with the company and also seeing when Gustavo Pilstick, his colleague, got those smuggled drawings, and then the plant started at St. Denis Historical. 1997, when I was heading the company, Pilstick, SCMT Pilstick was merged back into MAN. And I was part of that whole story. And we picked up in India and also worldwide the British company, Mills Blackstone. It was also merged into the German MAN. But I'm very sorry, maybe you can pass on the message to the Volkswagen folks over there that they probably do not know what they have. It's a gold mine company. And they have a gas-based two-stroke engine, believe me. And it was my friend, Anders Jensen from Denmark, who was trying to push this. I helped him a lot, but Anders had to go away because of the politics in the company. He went away and he left the company. So we have not interacted before, but I speak openly. And in India, people know me as a power man from the past, just like Dr. Khanna, my senior, is a gas man for us. So we are there, and the industry knows us very well. And Dr. Baumgarten is very wonderful to associate with you. I hope people utilize people like us, our experiences and our connectivity. And then companies like EVONIK can not only benefit, but they could actually enable India in a big way if we all work together. That's my point.
Yes,
can I
thank you very much. I would like to share one small aspect. You mentioned biodiesel. Also, a biodiesel sometimes has a challenging quality for engines.
Yes.
And we happen to have an organic solvent nanofiltration technology with which we can produce a quality of biodiesel that is equivalent to fossil fuel-based biodiesel. If this is of interest, I can elaborate to this in more detail in a different session. But as you might learn from this, we try to serve the renewable energy with first-class separation technology in order to enable this industry to grow. And we clearly try to serve this mega trend, as John mentioned, right?
Yeah. So I would also, Doctor, I would like to tell you something very interesting. See, the Petroleum Ministry is also heading the biodiesel initiative, and I was involved with it more than a decade back. And India, there are, I think, about 5 or 6 provinces in India which are very successful in growing biodiesel. The only problem with this crop called Jatropha is it takes 3 years to get the first crop. So the farmer needs the support, because when the first 3 years he doesn't get an output, he will not grow it unless there is a subsidy or a support from the government. So I'm working on that. And I can assure you that I have myself an experience. I used Tata car, an Indica V2005, with my friend, MTech from the Indian Institute of Technology, Dr. Basavaraj Birajdar. This gentleman and me, we drove this car with a Cummins engine. We drove it all away from Pune to Mumbai and back, and several times. And we had a huge fuel efficiency, 35 kilometer per liter. Normally, the car's efficiency with a diesel was barely about 15 kilometers per liter. It almost went to 35 kilometers per liter. And as I'm a little bit of a, I would say, interested guy in the chemical engineering, it's a solvent. So basically, it's a solvent, it's auto lubricant. So we have experienced this. And our only problem was the people in Cummins, India, again, just like John is facing today, Cummins, India did not want to authenticate the success that we had. We had not designed, we had not changed anything in the engine. We had just put and run it with this. We had risked the technology, the V2005 model of Tata's. We don't even discuss with Tata's. Tata's was astounded that we ran it with biodiesel. And it's my experience, my friend. I'm telling you this. And the other experience I had was in 2009, when I went on the Canadian government initiative. They funded my trip. I went to 3 universities. The University of Waterloo, the University of Alberta, and the University of British Columbia. And I had access to several technology, including solar as well. But it is there that I went on a reformer technology-based hydrogen generating truck, and the truck was a 450 HP truck. The largest truck even today in India is 250 HP. So it was double of that capacity. They ran me on the Canadian highway, and the provider of the fuel cell reformer was none other than Ballard. Ballard is the world leader in fuel cells. So I visited Ballard and I saw that, and they got me onto this truck, and we traveled, and we have seen that hydrogen usage over there. So as you rightly said, EVONIK is a company which has got a width. It's not only Sepuran, but I have seen, I knew it, but we are specifically focused on Sepuran. But yes, there are a lot of spin-offs that EVONIK can actually come and benefit from the sudden move in the Indian market. This Indian market movement has only started 1 year. Let me tell you, if somebody is telling you some other story, don't believe. It's only the last year, after the current Secretary Petroleum took charge, that we saw suddenly all these files came out. It needs a good bureaucrat to move the things. And this gentleman is moving and pushing and very serious about successful delivery of transportation and also the energy and fuel for the country. And he means business. I would share the video. Unfortunately, when I ran the video, there's some kind of technical issue, but the video will be clipped and we will be sharing the video straight away, that message with you guys. You know,
Dr. Baumgarten, have you done any research on putting together carbon, electricity, and water and creating like an ammonia fuel that's a liquid fuel that is dense that we can use? Has your company done any research on that whatsoever?
Not that I know. Actually, in my responsibility, we are looking at separating things rather than putting things together. But of course, colleagues of mine are looking into all kinds of renewable energy generation, and actually, of course, we as a chemical company are also looking into sourcing bio-based ingredients for our products. But I cannot go into too much of detail here.
I understand. Of course, but the reason I mentioned that is then that makes it you don't have to grow products, because growing products and feeding the world are in conflict. So there has to be some concern about biofuels. But with the carbon and with the electricity and the water, there's not. And it also, if it creates a liquid fuel, even if it's pneumonia, it could have potential to power, say, air transportation and some other things that it's going to be very difficult to get off from oil for in the future. So that's why I bring that up. I think biofuels is great, but the problem is we have to feed 10 billion people, and there's a conflict there. Even if you have breakthroughs, which I know you can understand that.
Yeah, no, this is what, the beauty about biogas, because it does not have that conflict. It uses organic waste.
Oh,
this is the difference with biodiesel, of course. So this is why we're also focusing on waste-based bio-CNG. This is, of course, the way to go. So you have the feedstock on the one side, and you have the organic waste, which then nicely provides the remaining energy to biorenewables. This is the way to go. I believe.
Now that makes a lot of sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. And also with air transportation, it's going to be very difficult because the technology is not there to use hydrogen or electric right now, even though they've shown they can, produce one. You can imagine the large airline industry would be very difficult right now to convert technology. And so if you can create a biogas from it, that's huge from waste.
This is what we're doing. Most of our plants outside Europe are waste-based upgrading plants.
And just so you know, like Siemens, I respect them a great deal. They're the top German engineers, or at least part of the top German engineers. And Germany is very well known for its engineers around the world. I just happened to come up with a new energy invention that nobody has thought of. And I'm trying to bring it to the world in a respectful way. And I have a big mouth on this program, but really what I'm looking forward to is going to the United Nations and showing the world how this new energy invention works. I'm much more of a researcher than I am a salesman. And I actually wore out 3 pair of waders and in rivers, and I did most of, not all the research, but a great deal of the research, and led it all, paid for it all. And I love research. The idea that, I'm just not a money man neither. That's why I'm trying to give it to the poor people, to the world. I just don't want it to be exploited. And that's my whole goal. And that's why I came to social media, not because I have, like I said, and I can show it, I have 50 emails from people trying to fund this, including venture capital groups in Germany, all over the world. So, now, for me, it's not about the money. I'm in my late 60s. I had a heart attack and was in a coma for 19 days. I don't care to be a millionaire in a fancy mansion with guards out front. It just doesn't interest me at all. I'm just a normal person that retired early from the oil industry, and I had a passion to generate energy from river flow, the most dense form of energy on the planet. And I know that water is like 298 times as dense as air, or whatever it is. And so if you can figure out a way from water movement to generate energy, it can create a lot more foot-pounds of torque. And that's what this whole thing's based on. It's not magic. The prototype is an exact replica of what the new energy invention will look like. And it was fabricated. And are you ready for this? This is how I fabricated it. I broke the engineering up into about a dozen pieces, and I went to different fab shops and had them build that small piece. And then I assembled it all. And that way nobody knows how it works, but it's very professionally fabricated. And, but just, it was an easy way to get it professionally done without having to show anybody. And, I think another company used to do that a long time ago. But I used even fake names and went to different fab shops, all that was 3 or 4 hour drivable, and paid in cash just to make sure that nobody would know what the prototype was. And the 3D drawings, there's only one other individual that knows about them. One of the drawings works like a Disney movie where it shows the new energy invention in motion. All this is top-notch engineering. The other thing I did, was built. I have 3D printed materials, part of the prototype. I did that to show that this was not some back door or back garage type engineering. This was all state-of-the-art engineering. So between all those things, here I am. So I'm gonna mute myself.
Right, John, it is wonderful. I think we just lost the video of Dr. Baumgarten. He was hearing you. And what I wish to tell Dr. Baumgarten here is what he talked about, the technology for, I would say biodiesel. Yes, REPA is there. And we were at the forefront of this whole thing. The only thing is there was some kind of intermediate, I would say, hiatus. The ministry was not working on it. But let me tell you, when I wrote back, this ministry is working on the biodiesel as well, parallel. Because India is a very peculiar country. It will not discard its IC engine, which are on the road. Like our professor from the NIT just spoke that he has just made a kit from diesel to hydrogen adoption. He's made a kit now. He'll probably go from the university to apply it, because people may not give away the automobile. They may try to retrofit the automobile. So this is the way. So the same way, I think biodiesel is a retrofitment with little modifications or minor modification. Biodiesel will also come in. And same is the case with bio-CNG.
Yeah, I do too. After listening to Dr. Baumgarten, if it's from waste, it makes a great deal of sense. And it's very much going to be needed in airline transportation fuels. So it's essential to the sustainability of the human race again. I mean, that's what we're talking about here.
Absolutely. Dr. Baumgarten? Yeah, Dr. Baumgarten.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely. I am absolutely a fan of bio-CNG after getting to know all this, the advantage. Simply, it's renewable natural gas. You can use the entire infrastructure. Whatever has been developed for natural gas can be used with bio-CNG as well. This is just one-on-one replaceable. And yeah. But anyway, I will, in my short presentation later on, I will refer to this a little bit in more detail.
Yes, for sure. And, we have a lot of people joining, but I think we make one more. Who is it? Mayank Shah. Okay, fine. We have a lot of people joining from the biogas industry. I saw a couple of names already coming in. People getting highly interested in our discussions today. And he's this is a guy called Mayank Shah, owner and structural engineer. Flexi balloon biogas plants. He's joined us. So I think a lot of interest in this area. And I must also share certain discussions which I had yesterday with the Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, because he is the key officer who is running this entire scheme. So if technology companies like EVONIK have to succeed in India with more number of plants, then it totally depends on what the government officer is going to do. So one of the key reasons I pushed in that area is we have 5,000 plants committed, but how many letter of intents? And when we started, I will tell you there were only maybe a few hundreds of letter of intents. This was 2020 when the secretary took charge. And of course, that time we were not discussing with EVONIK, that is April 2020. Of course, Dr. Khanna was in touch with me. I want to tell you this history, very important. And then later on, what happened is, in about September, I think EVONIK started making serious moves, and we got together and things like that, and the technology movement started. But the secretary was very clear that he was going to move SATAT, but he was finding a lot of trouble. And believe me, all the trouble has finally landed into financing model. And I've shared that letter, and I can make the letter public that we have written as an association last week to the Indian Bank Association to fund these plants. And there are a lot of challenges because on the financing side, ministry has committed 100% offtake of all the produce. That means India will absorb all the output of CBG that comes in. More the merrier. This is the message from the ministry. They will buy all. That means it's now commercially viable. The ministry is putting all those bio-CNG into or compressed biogas into the system, whether it's for transportation or it could even be powering the decentralized power plants into the grid. That's also possible. But the seriousness from the ministry is conveyed. It's very clear. They are damn serious and they want to execute. They want all the plants to come up. So this is a message I want to convey to EVONIK from my side, from what discussion I had with the.
No, thank you very much, Professor Iyer, for this information. We are very much looking forward for this to really be implemented. We clearly see that markets throughout the globe only develop once a good and rewarded, reliable funding scheme is in place. You can look at countries in Europe where this has been successfully implemented. I would like to mention France in particular. This is the fastest growing biomethane market in the world because of the most attractive funding scheme. And you can see things moving along in the US as well, with also some very interesting funding schemes. This attracts investors, and if investors can earn money, then renewable energy is going to happen. So this is what we're looking forward to also take place in India, and we are very much prepared to serve that market with what we believe is an attractive technology to upgrade biogas to biomethane.
Absolutely right. In fact, I was just comparing these technologies in a neutral way on our side while we are preparing our white paper. We are delivering a white paper, and I must tell the whole audience here that with EVONIK, we are trying to develop a neutral white paper for the market, a white paper on how compressed biogas can be the major mover and shaker. And the Honorable Ministry has said that they are fully backing this white paper. And this is also a news I want to convey here right now. And thanks to Dr. Baumgarten and team, and also thanks to Dr. Khanna, that this is possible. It has taken us a little time because of the current pandemic, that otherwise we would have loved to do it, but we wanted the discussion to happen, the output from this to also become part, and all the ministries sharing of information on the financing and the challenges also to be part of that white paper. Yeah, but before that, I wish to ask if EVONIK would like to make the presentation first. Before I come to that, we can go ahead with the EVONIK presentation if they are ready.
Could I speak first for a couple minutes?
Yeah, sure.
This new energy invention takes up about 1 football field, and that's it, to generate 1 gigawatt of electricity. With all due respect, the engineering is already completed. A few minor tweaks will be required to a little bit of minor engineering, detailed engineering will be required, but that is it. And we'll be able to put this anywhere on the planet, anywhere. And 1 football field generates 1 gigawatt of electricity, and we could put the football field side by side if we wanted to. So that's how powerful this is, and that's how skeptical I'm going to make people with that what I just said. But that's reality, and it's ready. When I show it to the United Nations, they're going to go, well, gosh, you need a little bit more detailed engineering, but that's it. And we're talking about some detail engineers, and that will be only thing will be required. And at that point, then everything from the transformers on are going to need to be worked out, and that is true. But the energy generation portion to it through the generators will be completed. So it is completed, and the engineering is second to none. I think you guys will be impressed with the engineering. Even one of the 3D drawings looks like a Disney movie showing it in operation. So there'll be no questions about how it operates, the engineering or anything else. Like I said, we're going to need to put a few detailed engineers, but on the downside of it, there's an upside, which is power generation, downside, which is the grids, just like you have in oil. You have the production and refining and marketing and supply, but the supply side is done. So what we're talking about is the same thing needs to be done on the electric grid and the SCADA systems, etc. So to implement this. So I think we're a lot further along than what you think, Mr. Khanna. We're not in an idea phase. We are actually in an implementation phase. So I just thought I'd say that because I think I'm going to go here in a little bit. I've been up all night.
Yeah, for sure.
And I might hang around and listen, but I'm not. I'm tired, and I'm not going to input a lot more, and I'm going to relax here. So. But nice to meet everybody. I'm so happy to be on this show. I won't call it a show, but it's been a wonderful experience, and I'm hoping that I meet all of you in the future and work with all of you. And I'm hoping ExxonMobil comes in along with Siemens and other companies and give me an opportunity. And then if I fail, I go home. It's that simple. And I loved it that you gave me that question the last time we talked, Professor, and I didn't know how to answer it. I do know how to answer it. You said, well, I have nothing to lose. The world has nothing to lose. The world has nothing to lose. And 1 day's time of the world leaders is an easy thing if I can do what I claim in that United Nations challenge, because it would be considered a miracle. So I thank you very much.
Wonderful, John, and look forward to see you again. And thank you for staying up all literally awake, I would say. So that's because we both India and Europe are fine, but the Americas on the opposite side of the whole window.
Yeah.
I know our other friend, Dr. Tata, is going to join us. He went for a sleep, and I think he's going to join us at the end of the day to give us a closing address. He's also preparing for 5 o'clock or something. So let's see.
Well, when I see my grandkids this morning, they're going to go, Papa, you look tired.
Professor, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make one comment to John, because he has been so kind enough to spend so much time with us. John, I have built so many companies worldwide, and I think your idea is great. And let's discuss about that a little bit more in detail, and then see how we can put that into reality and make that work actually, because idea, as you mentioned, it's a great idea, and I'm convinced if that works as far as the economics are concerned and what you're saying, then we will have a deeper look at it and then see how we can make it happen. That's all what I want to say, and thank you for your joining us.
Well, let me say something back to you into the entire conference here. I've got 500 of the offers that you just suggested to me already in my email from people I know, et cetera, and people from around the world. And until I can go in front of the United Nations and protect this new energy invention, that will be impossible to do for an individual. And there's all that skepticism. The reason why I come up with a UN challenge, which if everybody reads a UN challenge, it says I can prove this from the materials that already exist, the engineering, the prototype, everything else. It already exists. I don't need to go out and build another prototype. I don't need to prove to one individual or whatever. If the world wants to create a sustainable planet, they'll give me one opportunity. And I would suggest to you within 2 hours, they'll all agree with the capabilities of this new energy invention. So what I'm really after is the protection of the patents once they're submitted around the world. And why do I want to protect the patents? Not so we can collect the royalties, so that way we can collect the royalties and turn around and give them back to help poor countries and rebuild a middle class around the world. We know capitalism has gone amok, no matter what anybody says. We have very few, the billionaires and everybody else. And what I want this to deliver to is the normal people. And millionaires don't bother me, but it's got to be so top heavy that capitalism isn't working. You got Bill Gates offering $1.5 billion. They think they can power this planet through the boardroom and money. And that's not going to happen for me, because money does not motivate me. What motivates me is to help people that can help themselves around the world and rebuild a middle class so we can have a healthy world going forward. A sustainable world isn't healthy unless there's a wide middle class around the world. We all know this. This is nothing new. And I'm not against wealthy people, but what I am for is to lift all boats up. And I think that for some reason, and I'm not hugely religious, but I think God put this in my hands for that reason. So we can create a sustainable, healthy planet. I'm very educated. I would love to have mock debates with engineers and professors around the world. My knowledge of engineering and the oil business and power generation is second to none. And I could debate any engineer in the world or any group of engineers. And I have no problems. And I've studied this for 15 years. I have not been on the internet, and I have not been asking for money. I've been in waders and rivers, building prototypes, coming up with designs over and over. We failed for 12 years before we had our first breakthrough. And I collaborated with the University of Michigan, Northern Michigan University, 25 old retired engineers. This thing has been beat up like nobody has ever seen to get to where it's at today. And without asking for money, not pursuing money, not pursuing a promotion, not funding the whole thing. So this was 15 solid years of research. And I mean solid years. And so that's where I'm at. And I put out a mock debate. Nobody would join in. They've been ignoring me from special interest. They're worried about this here or that there, or losing a little business here or whatever. In the meantime, the reason why Rome failed was because it ran out of resources. The reason why the Maya failed in South America is it ran out of resources. Believe it or not, the world's running out of resources. BP predict 47 years remaining of oil, water shortages everywhere. We are overconsumption. We already know this. They say that 1.7 Earths today to maintain our lifestyle, and 2 Earths by the year 2030. Now, once we run out of oil, like I said, we're going to destroy ourselves. So we're doing the same thing that what took place in Rome and Maya. We're consuming all the resources. We're going to run out of resources. And then what happens? Now we fight over the remaining resources. Do you imagine the world fighting over oil? What happens when we run out of oil, or even partially run out of oil? And one country can't get any oil, or another country can't get any oil. Our products start not showing up on the shelves. This world is a violent world. We'll blow each other up. And it's going to happen if we're not careful. Now, I have a solution. Is it that hard to understand that, you know, when the electric light bulb was discovered, it was discovered by one man, not General Electric with 10,000 engineers, one person. But when all the great discoveries were done by one person, polio, all of it.
You're absolutely right. John, you're absolutely right. That's why I mentioned also the invention of the diesel engine was Rudolf Diesel. And I told you he used vegetable oil to run it. That was also an invention.
Yeah, and so what's so hard to believe that I come up with a new energy invention?
I don't
Is it that hard to believe?
I don't think it's very hard to believe. What Dr. Khanna and me are saying
So
is,
if that's the case, if that's the case, why don't the world come together? Why don't the UN say, hey, bring me there? Because I don't need to show Dr. Karma, even though I like him a great deal.
I have some good news for you. The good news is my colleague, who is our arm, literally our work on investment, Brad Kempo. Unfortunately, he has a video problem, again, from Canada, because he is not a tech-oriented guy. He's like you. He uses old phones. He's probably attending this, probably this will be the second Zoom meeting for him in his life.
Well, you know, Canada, you know, they're kind of up there in the north, and sometimes, you know, they don't work the same as the US.
What I'm giving you is music for your ears. Brad wants your project to be put in, and he says we can raise the capital. So you want a better news?
I don't need the capital. I need the UN to bring me to the UN and let me complete this challenge.
Let us tell the UN that they adopt your thing, they accept your challenge. That's my job. That's my job. So is it over?
Okay.
So I hope you're convinced. You have been given the platform. You have spoken. People have liked you. I got so many, people liked what you said. In fact, people from the industry, these are not people who are not understanding the subject. India is very
I live in Michigan. I can drive to New York in one day, and I can load up my prototype. It's about the size of a truck in the back of a large truck, and I can be there in one day and take on the challenge. So if you get it done, if they call me up, I will be there the very next day to take on the challenge.
Yeah. So in fact, I have written the letter to United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change on a very different issue. Maybe Dr. Baumgarten is also listening to this. I wrote, they said that India is the polluter. I objected to that. I said, China is putting 850 gigawatt. They already have, now they have 1000 gigawatt or 1 terawatt plus of coal-based power. And
I don't know how you can be the polluter when you only generate 1/3 the amount of electricity that that China and the United States produce. You cannot be the polluter.
Yeah. So exactly. So what happened? I challenged that issue. United Nations have accepted my point, but they have not been able to come on the paper and talk to me. They are not coming on the paper. The Indian office is not able to reply to me properly as an association. I asked them with figures. I asked them, China is going to build another 650 gigawatt on the Korean Peninsula. Why you're not stopping? So I haven't got the answer, my friend, from the United Nations. And the other, I'm not even coming to America. I'm saying, please stop China from building coal plants. India is only 200 gigawatt. China is now 1,400 gigawatt, if you ask me. In reality, they are hiding it.
Well, for China, they have all those ghost cities. They would be very happy to have this new energy invention, because the reason why they have ghost cities there is because they don't have the energy to power. It's not because people won't move to them. It's that they don't have the energy to power them. So China should be excited. And this scares me a little bit to give it to China, this technology, because because of the way they act. But it might be good for the world too, because it will get them off coal too. So I got to look at that both ways. And I always look at things based on science, not politics. I could less care. So, okay, well, I'm going to go because
I'm very clear. I only wanted to give you a news that funding is not the issue. trying a research technology and getting it funded is also not an issue. You are right. The issue is for the world to go away from what it is doing now and try disrupt.
Part of the UN challenge is to bring the world together. It's actually to bring us together.
The main reason, because of the disruption of the technology, and that's the main reason people have to accept the challenge, and that's what we have to work on. And thank you, John. Thank you once again. And namaskar from India, and goodbye for now. And we will have you on another, I would say, set of.
And I apologize very much for being overbearing and at times, and because I really respect every single person on this panel. So they're all distinguished, and it's been.
This is probably the best you can get in my country, India. You will not get a platform like this that I provided you. It's not possible. I tell you, it's very difficult. And especially in these times, pandemic times, I can assure you that this was the best conclave that anybody could organize in a short time. And of course,
even Dr. Baumgarten, the comments I said to him, I had to back off completely because he's totally right. I didn't realize it was from waste. But it's good to have those arguments, and we need to have them openly so we can resolve things. And so, Dr. Baumgarten, I'd really apologize to you for my comments. And you guys, good night.
Good night. Good night, my friend.
Good night.
God bless. And now we can go ahead with the presentation of Mr. Baumgarten, but I see Prasad Parulekar right there in front of Prasad. You want to say something?
Yeah. As a Cummins,
India. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, absolutely audible. Go ahead.
Okay. So as a Cummins, means right from almost 13 years I've been there, and I'm working on alternate fuels. So we have tried straight vegetable oils, biodiesel, the blends, and we are good at natural gas, biogas as well. We have proven engines, and producer gas as well. We have done a lot of work. Unfortunately, most of them were research work. They were successful, but could not get business out of it. And Cummins wants business now. So,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. We are here. Don't worry. We are supporting.
Yeah. India's first 1 megawatt producer gas plant we proved in Satur.
Right.
Yeah. Good to have exposure over here. Yeah.
Right. No, we have leaders here. Dr. Khanna is a leader. He's from MTU, and he is part of our board. And of course, Dr. Baumgarten is an inventor. Shortly you will come to know he's making the presentation. He's the inventor of the Sepuran green. So this is the best forum that you can get across. Nobody.
I would certainly like to be connected with this forum. Anuradha invite to me.
Yeah, thanks to companies like EVONIK, who have seriously, and especially his team in Germany, which is strategically planning all this in India.
Yeah.
So Prasad, we'll work with Cummins for sure. I can assure you, Cummins is an old friend for me. It's because it's an old day, all you guys, all day in Pune. I know all of you. Sunil Shahi was a part of he's a very close friend of mine. And before that, yeah.
Okay.
I must also welcome on this forum the former executive director of ONGC and a veteran of gas sector on the upstream business. It is Mr. Vijayarangan, R. Vijayarangan. Vijayarangan, sir, are you here? Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited. He's joining us. Yeah, he's joined already, so he's going to be part of this. Yes, Dr. Baumgarten, I think first job to Team EVONIK. Let EVONIK make its presentation. It's time now.
Okay, thank you. I will try to share my screen. Just a second. We usually work with Teams and not with Zoom, so I hope it works. Let's see. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So first of all, on behalf of the entire Membranes team, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about EVONIK, membranes, and our contributions that we bring to the table in the consumption of green gases. First of all, a quick word to EVONIK. We are one of the leading specialty chemicals company around the world. These are some facts and figures that give you a first impression about who we are and what size we have. We are actually having sales in the range of 12 billion euro. If you want to exchange it into USD, it's multiplied with roughly 1.2. So this gives you an idea where we stand. We also do earn a little bit of money. So this is obviously taken from a shareholder's presentation, but obviously we are a solid company. We're living based on 80% on products that are positioned in the market in a market leading position. And I will share some examples of these with you later on in the field of membranes. In total, I have 33,000 colleagues around the globe. In total, we have more than 100 nationalities working with EVONIK. And by the way, also a very strong team in India. 3 of my colleagues are joining this event as well. So whenever you later have questions, you're invited to also get in touch with my colleagues directly in India. Let's come to the topic where it's all about. I would like to share a little bit about our membrane technology. And you nicely introduced me as the inventor of that technology. This is not entirely true. We were the 2 of us when inventing the first set of IP when everything started. Actually, we found that our polymer that we had at hand featured fantastic gas separation properties. One of our competitors was using a grade of our polymer to form membranes. And then we found, well, if you tweak that polymer to in particular become a membrane, you can even come up with a better technology. And this is our proprietary technology. So we have a membrane that is based on hollow fibers. So actually the gas is processed inside the fiber, and the polymer itself forms a small film which then differentiates between fast and slow gases. And for example, methane is considered a slow gas. So actually it is concentrated with our membranes, and CO2, for example, is a fast gas and travels through the membrane much faster. By this, you can organize a separation. I have a small video for you later on to demonstrate this a little bit. But in essence, what are the benefits of EVONIK's membrane technology? Well, it has a low energy consumption. We do not have any waste or emissions. And I will tell you a little bit about a prosperous business later on. One thing you need to know right in advance, actually all the business that we generated is based on new built plants, because we do not have a replacement business. Our membranes are built on based on high performance polymers. They're simply long lasting. So this is not a consumable. This is a membrane that lasts at least we have 10 years of experience, and we do not have a replacement business so far. Maybe it comes our way someday, but obviously it's very robust. And let me explain a little bit, and this is also why we are addressing this technology here in this conference. Actually, we are positioning ourselves as a module supplier. So we provide membrane modules, of course, starting with the polymers. We're making the membranes, we're making the module. So the module, or the cartridge as we call it, is the product that we sell to the market. Here's where we end. And we provide this, and we work with system integrators. So actually, we're addressing system integrators also in India. We have a few first system integrators already addressed here in India. But of course, when the market grows as fast as we expected, then of course we would need more system integrators that work with us, and we provide them with a full service so that they can design their system according to the needs and generate value in the country, in India itself, and of course address end users. This picture shows a small and gives a small glimpse on potential end users. But in any case, the whole technology that we have been developing is based on our chemical expertise in polymer chemistry, and we are fully backwards integrated. This enables us to really dedicate the polymer that we use to become an excellent membrane. We are innovation leader by tailing these polymer properties at the earliest stage into a superior membrane. You design the polymer for a certain separation target. There is no competitor out there who does it exactly the same way. This is our unique selling proposition, that we can really dedicate our membranes to individual separation process. And what differentiates us from others in the market is that we provide a strong technology support to those who want to implement the membrane. So you do not need need to be a membrane expert to work with us. We are providing you the membrane knowledge that you need, and you can focus on the system integration. This is what is part of our success. Now, looking into our business, we have started in 2010 with biogas upgrading. This is why biogas is still our core business, and this is why the vast majority of our references is related to biogas. I think it's true to say that we are a global market leader in biogas upgrading, but biogas is certainly not the only market that we address. We also do helium purification, nitrogen generation, hydrogen separation, volatile organic compounds separation. We do organic solvent nanofiltration, for example, to upgrade biodiesel or to recover homogeneous catalyst. This is a solvent filtration, whereas all the others are gas separation processes. And then we also address natural gas. Currently, this is indicated here. We are looking into developing ion conducting membranes to produce hydrogen from electricity with electrolysis. This is something that we will launch into the market starting next year. This is not yet available. This is still in our development phase. Now, if you allow, I would like to share, let's see if that works, a small video with you. Let me check. Can you see that video? Can you see that video?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely. We can see it.
Now this is, can you also hear the music?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, it's a little challenging to speak against the music. I will explain later on in a little detail. This is how the module works. So we have the gas coming in, the methane going out, and the permeate leaving the module.
Right.
And here is look into inside the fiber. This is how the fiber works. So CO2 and water vapors travel through the membrane, whereas methane stays on the pressure side. We also have developed a 3-stage process with which we can nicely do a complete separation of the gas, low energy consumption, and come up with a complete separation. The recycle rate is significantly lower than 60%. This is what differentiates us from the others. And we have the highest selectivity in the market. Here you can see how the system is integrated. So it's very easy and expandable modular system. And this is how a container looks like. You can put this anywhere. This is a plug-in solution for everyone who is working with us.
Right.
So,
yeah.
So I hope this was could be seen. You can take that video also from our homepage. I would like to share.
I've seen that video before.
Sorry?
I have seen that video before.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, actually, I would like, since John raised that question, what is biomethane? Of course, and we explained this. for me, it's most important to mention that most of the time, or you can preferably use residual and waste materials. This is the best way to feed a biogas plant. And in any case, of course, you can produce, as we discussed, electricity or heat. We believe biomethane, so the molecule, has the highest value, since electricity can be generated by solar, by wind, and in other ways. Biomethane is a storable, renewable natural gas, and you can use it for gas injection, bio LNG or bio CNG. And the nice thing with the membrane process is actually you feed the raw gas into the module. The biomethane is the resulting product at pressure. So the pressure that you use for the separation process is at the same time the starting pressure for every application later on. So the biomethane leaves our system typically at a pressure, say 16 to 20 bar. This is a typical upgrading pressure. Now, the references around the world, this is what you can look up at our homepage. I took a screenshot from the homepage this morning, 633 plants that we have supplied around the world. And you can look at, if you open up our homepage, sepuran.com, then you can select country, year, plant size, and substrate. And as you can nicely see, there's already 2 plants in India and 1 in Nepal, I believe.
Yeah.
Built in India, by the way. And of course, our aim is to reach the same density as you can see here in Europe, maybe later on in India. This is why we're here. Yeah. And we're committed to work with you guys in India to make this market happen. Here's a little bit our vision of our technology in a sustainable gas economy. This visualizes a little bit our contribution to the transition with superior membrane technology. I discussed the Sepuran green technology with which we produce CH4, which then can be entered into a grid, which is symbolized here. At the same time, you produce green CO2, which can also be used. And CO2 plus hydrogen, maybe you generate green hydrogen and combine it with the green CO2, you again end up with green methane. If you look at the hydrogen, of course, you need wind or solar, and then you have an electrolysis with ion conducting membranes, which we are developing currently. And if you put in hydrogen into the gas grid, as it is symbolized here, Sepuran Noble can be used to take out the hydrogen again from that gas grid and make it available at the plant where the green hydrogen is needed. So most of the time, the location where you produce the green hydrogen is not the same as the place where you consume the green hydrogen. So you might want to take advantage of the extraction technology that we have developed together with Linde. This is a technology that is available, of course, also in India to extract hydrogen from a natural gas grid. So all overall, we believe we have a very nice set of technology to support the development of a sustainable gas economy. And this is what I wanted to share with you. We're happy to answer a lot of questions and also maybe questions to the first references that we already have in India. And I'm looking forward to answering your questions.
Yeah. And anybody wishes to ask a question can put it across, and we can work on that. But on the other side, Dr. Baumgarten, I think the news that we have is on the ground there are 12 plants now. This is from the ministry. They have about 12 plants which is already producing. Maybe the same like the capacity. One of the first plants was the Rohtak plant where Sepuran is successful. In Haryana, in the state where I got my education. I did my engineering from NIT Kurukshetra, that's in Haryana. So I come from that region, so I can tell you that you've gone to the right area. It's one of the most powerful agro state of the country, agricultural state. And I think the plant is definitely under interest over there. Of course, you have a partner who's executed. basically that company Spectrum Green. And I tell you that that's already, when I discussed with the secretary, he was very clear. He said, yeah, we need more of these plants. The whole issue was not technology. The whole issue went up to financing issue. The real issue is to make them happen. And now the good news, as I told you, is 2,275 letter of intents out of the 5,000 plants. So it's clear. Message is clear that that's the market. But we have to see, Sepuran probably have to see whether how much of that market share Sepuran wants to pick up. So any help from our side is always open.
Now, definitely, our interest is to take a relevant share of a biogas market anywhere in the world, as we have proven in other areas of the world, that we can really bring a very attractive technology to the table. At the same time, of course, we are looking into developing this market, and the prerequisite is, of course, that what you just mentioned, that these projects are bankable. And what we bring to the table is a reliable technology where you can be sure that the gas that you expect is also generated. This is what we can show around the world, and with the first references already also in India, as you mentioned. This is simply a very reliable technology, and honestly, it is worth mentioning again that our membrane is not a consumable. It's just a part of the installation that runs and runs and runs.
Absolutely. There is no water consumption. There is no chemical consumption. That's very clear. And in fact, I, as an engineer, was first astounded by the whole approach there, because any technology today in biogas application needs a lot of water consumption. And the second part is the huge amount of chemicals that are used in the system. So I was first very happy when I told Dr. Khanna that I'm very happy to have this company on my fold. So my first interest as REPA and the president came across the fundamentals of the technology, not by any other means. And I must congratulate your team for having developed such a product for the biogas upgradation now.
Thank you very much. And when we started, we were competing against all the alternative technologies like pressure swing adsorption, water scrubbing. And what is water scrubbing, for example? Of course, the basic principle is very easy. You compress CO2 and it is dissolved in water. But what happens with your sparkling water if it gets warm? Well, the solubility of CO2 in water gets very less, and it's challenging to reach a certain yield. And also, when it comes to pressure swing adsorption, what happens is that, of course, pressure swing adsorption uses mole sieves. If they encounter impurities, the mole sieve is blocked and your yield is gone. This is not what is going to happen to membranes. Of course, you need a pre-treatment, yes, but if things fail, you can still recover the membranes. This is different with other technologies.
Right. So wonderful, Dr. Baumgarten. Wonderful to hear.
Good afternoon to the participants of Gas Economy 2021 Virtual Conclave. My congratulations to Professor Iyer and his team for organizing this, and to all of you who have participated in this program. So I will now talk very briefly about a major initiative of Government of India for the area of compressed biogas, our program called SATAT, where the target is to set up 5,000 compressed biogas plants all over the country, and then use this biogas either to blend in the natural gas, which means that inject in the pipelines, or use directly in various forms, including by dispensing through retail outlets. So already some 12 plants have been commissioned, and this is being dispensed from around 20 retail outlets. In one case, the gas is also being injected into the city gas distribution network. More than 2,100 LOIs have already been issued by various companies who are implementing this program, and there is tremendous interest. But there is huge challenge also, because setting up such large number of plants, and most of them located in rural areas and dependent on feed which is seasonal and sometimes difficult to collect is a challenge. But this program has huge uh, uh, huge uses, lot of benefits, not only for the farmers or if it is based on urban waste, then for residents of the urban area, but also in terms of environment, also in terms of import substitution or as a promotion for Atmanirbhar Bharat, because we are substituting something which is imported. We are substituting fuel, fossil fuel, which is otherwise imported. So the model is that different types of feed, which could be agriculture feeds, right from parali, rice husk, it could be even cow dung, it could be maybe food waste or all types of other waste available in the rural areas, or it could be urban waste, and urban waste could also be of all types and all forms. Now, this waste forms the feed. We could have multiple feed plants also, different types of feeds could get used. The size of plant can also vary. Typically, we are talking of say 10 to 20 ton per day production plant, which would use approximately say 100 or a little more than 100 tons of feed per day. And this would involve say investment of ranging from say 20-30 crores to going up to 50, 60 or 70 crore rupees, and involve getting uh, 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 farmers who will benefit and entrepreneurs who will set up the plant, and then the technology providers who have the technology, because different technologies are available all over the world. This becomes a boon for agriculture if we are looking at organic farming, or if we are looking at farming which is chemical free, or if we are looking at recirculating the uh, uh, or a circular economy where we don't waste stuff and it gets recirculated back into the same system. So this way then it becomes very much beneficial for the rural economy. I would say that this is a program which should be supported by all the stakeholders because it generates economic activity right in rural areas. The compressed biogas which is produced can also be immediately used in the rural areas for running tractors. We've been talking to tractor manufacturers and requesting them to manufacture tractors which run on CNG, and CNG and CBG it's same, it's methane, and therefore they can also run on compressed biogas, and also for running of various other agriculture equipment on this fuel, which would also mean that the whole agriculture economy then benefits. The model also requires that we identify areas where these plants can come up so that there is no problem for feedstock in the long run, which would mean that a catchment area, if marked for one plant, only one plant should come up in that catchment area, and a continuous supply of feed should be there. So that state governments are working on that also, and transportation of feedstock, temporary storage of feedstock, these are some of the other challenges. Financing is a very crucial and critical area as on today, because while financial institutions are supporting, but then probably we need much more support, because these 2,100 LOIs which have been issued, all these plants now have to go for financial closure. Only around 80 have so far got financial closure. But I'm quite sure that in the next year or so, things would move very fast, and we will have very good examples coming up all over the country, which would then benefit and encourage others to come forward and give a little more pace to this. So my good wishes to all those who are participating in SATAT program. This is like service to the nation, service to the society, besides being a good business venture. And I would also like to congratulate the those who are being awarded today, those who are being recognized for their contribution to the sector. So my congratulations to Shri Sushil Chandra Tripathi, his family, who was formerly Secretary for Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. Also, my congratulations to Dr. Goetz Bormatson, Vice President and EVONIK Resource Efficiency, Germany. And again, my congratulations to Dr. Hirdesh K. Khanna, who is an independent consultant. And thank you to Dr. Iyer and his team for recognizing such people who have made very good contribution to this sector. So thank you very much.
I want Dr. Baumgarten's reaction on what he heard from the secretary.
I very much liked what I heard. This is encouraging, and we as a EVONIK team, we are prepared to help serve the market with the technology that I just briefly presented. And maybe one thing I forgot to mention, we also do have technology to clean up natural gas. If this is of interest for India as well, we also do serve that market. But of course, looking into the future, it's more about the green gases. We are focusing on this, but of course, we are also addressing the traditional markets with our technology. Syngas ratio adjustment and natural gas upgrading is also part of our business. So overall, I think we're set up in a way that we can nicely serve that market and help you grow in the fields that the Secretary just mentioned. I think we're really prepared to serve the Indian market with something that is hopefully attractive.
Yeah, so Dr. Baumgarten, was wonderful. And we have two more eminent gentlemen who have come with us. But before that, let me announce the presence of Gujarat Alkalis and Chemicals Limited, Senior Manager Power Plant, Mr. Ketan Patel. Again, see, we are being joined by, I tell you, for me also it is unprecedented. We are being joined by people whom we would have not in a normal seminar, we would have not got them, or a conclave would have not got them. And he's coming. Gujarat Alkalis is a producer of one of the leading producers of alkalis in this country. And this plant is located in Gujarat. And this gentleman has joined us. So it's very wonderful. And we have now my friend, Dr. S.L. Patil. S.L. Patil, can you hear me? Okay, he's joining us, huh? He's still joining, okay. And who's the other guy who said? Okay, we have the ONGC ex-executive director, Vijay Rangan, who's also part of our ENERTIA publication, advisory board of publication, is one of the key chairs and the oil and gas sector chair for us. Is Dr. Vijay Rangan there? Can we hear Dr.
Yes,
Vijay?
yes, very much. I've been thought.
Sir, then the floor is
very
to you,
interesting.
The floor is to you, sir. Please tell us a little bit, tell the whole audience a little bit about yourself. And you've done a lot of things. We know the whole entire development of the NELP and everything you were involved with. So kindly, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Professor. And nice to join this elite group of people working for the country.
I think you put on your video, sir.
I'm not able to.
Okay.
I'm not
No
able
problem.
to. Okay. It's a really a good effort on your part to get people together and think on the line in the interest of the country's requirement for a clean and renewable energy for the future development. And ONGC on its part has been doing a very good job on this line, producing more and more of gas and trying to fill the gap in oil by producing wherever possible in all new areas. And we had a new exploration licensing policy. There again, ONGC succeeded in exploring and providing quick oil production from many of the blocks which they have bid and succeeded. And I would like to say that things have moved much beyond what it was some few years back when I was in service. And now I think we need to be concentrating more and more on gas economy, as you rightly put. This is a very right situation on which you have organized this conference. And I really congratulate you. And I think all of us, ONGCNs who have been past and the present ONGCNs will try to switch over to cleaner and cleaner fuels so that we meet the commitments on environment front as well as meet the requirement of the country. So I wish all you well, and I'm very eager and I'm very likely. I would like to be part of all your ventures like this and follow what is happening in the world over at the technology front and in the effort of the country towards moving towards a renewable energy. Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Baumgarten, see, the entire upstream gas industry, Mr. Vijayarangan was a stalwart and he's part of our advisory board on the publication. Of course, he doesn't involve with the renewable movement much, but basically he's my oil and gas man for several years. He's one of the stalwarts of the oil and gas sector. So I wanted you especially to know what type of audience we have here. You know, it's just an amazing diaspora. It's the best connect that, because the umbrella is very important. The umbrella of, you know, where the ministry is going, where my country is going. And this country can make wonders if it goes towards renewables. And especially, you must have seen the first message on the SATAT scheme and the compressed biogas right from the mouth of the Honorable Secretary. So you must be very encouraged by this, you know.
Absolutely. No, this is really impressive and delighting that we have such a great and knowledgeable audience. Thank you very much for having us with you.
Right. And now I take this opportunity to announce, because the award is not. The Secretary had already announced the award in his first, I would say, recording. He had already said that the 3 awards he had announced, but I think he could not spell Dr. Baumgarten's name, Dr. Goetze Baumgarten's name properly. I was telling Dr. Khanna yesterday that this was a difficult thing because I could have talked to him, but there's no way we could do. But somehow,
Professor Iyer, this is vice versa. I also have challenges spelling Indian names, so
I know.
This is I think the way it is.
Yeah. So let's see the first certificate of which is basically for the ex-secretary, Petroleum and Natural Gas, who is no more with us, and he's not on the planet, and we hope his soul is, looking at us, and it will be blessing us. So the first certificate is for him. It's Sushil Chandra Tripathi, who has been awarded because he was the man, he was the pioneer of the gas economy in India. He was the man who actually pushed this gas economy agenda. In our second gas economy, he did a wonderful job, and he was gung-ho. He also was supporting one of my moves for an underwater pipeline between Oman and India. And he was at the forefront and he believed in this concept. And I'm thankful that he encouraged us. And that's the reason we have come to the 5th one today. We don't have him today. As I told you, that we have lost this great gentleman on 19th of May to COVID. And we will be sending this certification posthumously to his family, because this is the minimum we could do to this soul. So this second certificate for the day, we progress. I hope Tyagarajan can put up the second one. The second one is none other than Dr. Goetze Baumgarten, Vice President, Membrane, High Performance Polymers for EVONIK Resources Efficiency GmbH, Germany. And the award is for Gas Economy Future Tech Award.
Thank you so much.
Development, tech innovation, and invention of the Sepuran. Of course, he's a co-inventor. There's another inventor, we know that, but we need to award at least one inventor. We can always issue a certificate to the other. We have no problem. So we are very clear on this. And the jury recognizes your human contribution to the CBG, the compressed biogas industry, bioenergy, and also biorenewable, and leading your patent development and market application for Sepuran Green program worldwide in the biomethanization application by upgradation and efficiency enhancements of CBG. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again, Dr. Baumgarten, for being with us today. It was an honor for us as well.
The honor is on my side. Thank you so much.
Yes, great.
I'm really honored.
Yeah, we have none other than, see, we have now
Highly
Dr.
appreciated.
Murugesan. Mr. Murugesan, we are very happy that you have joined us while I'm declaring these awards, and I was wanting you to come, but I think you had some emergency. You just escaped a little bit and you come back. No issues. So the third award is very important as well. Let us announce the third, and then I'll give Murugesan the floor. Please announce the third award. Please put up the third one. Third one is also, long overdue. I was waiting for an opportunity to talk about this. And this is Dr. Hridesh Khanna, independent consultant, gas-based power generation application for Bio-CBG, Germany, and a former director of MTU On-Site Energy. MTU is a world-leading company, and I knew him in those days. I visited the plant, and one of the things that Dr. Khanna did is he would promote MTU with ENERTIA and our forum. That was it. That's how I made his first friendship. And he understood the importance of presentation, importance of using strong media and communication, and at the same time, importance of B2B. We were basically, in America, they call us trade media. But in India, we are I call it a domain expert, the energy infrastructure domain, very difficult area to work in. But we are one of the few. I being an engineer, and from the past, I started these publications. And thanks to people like Dr. Khanna that we have grown. Many of them on the board. But Dr. Khanna is a very top, I would say, associate of ours, and somebody who has been our European Union champion of the cause. So he deserves it. And his award is for Gas Economy Future Tech Award in lifetime contribution to captive, decentralized, and distributed gas-based power, and for biomethane-based power generation. He's a power man, so that's where he goes. And this plant was discussed in the morning, and even the secretary, I told him, he was astounded. He said, even before SATAT, the mention is, even before SATAT was brought as a scheme, Dr. Khanna had put up a biomethane-based 1.2 megawatt captive power plant in Jabalpur in the central province of Madhya Pradesh in India. And I know about this plant very well because I have incidentally visited this plant. It has 10,000 bovines. That means cattle, basically buffaloes and cows in combination. And they produce 1.2 gigawatt. And they are MTU engines, 230 megawatt each. I think 5 or 6 of them producing power continuously. Congratulations, Dr. Khanna, for this. Any reaction from Dr. Khanna now before I go to Murugesan to talk about it? It was long overdue, I think. We needed to tell people that we were in the business much before, right?
Thank you very much, Professor. It's a great honor. And we have done a long journey together in this business. Dedication is one of the issues. And as I feel, we are contributing to something which is good for the people, for the mankind, and that is very important. Besides promoting and bringing in good technologies, I think that should be the aim. Typically, being engineers, we have to see that technology is improved and the situation of the people is improved through technology, because otherwise, what's the use of us being here in this world, studying so much and doing so much work if we can't help the people to have a better life in this world? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I want, Murthy Saab was hearing us before I bring Murugesan into the picture. Murthy Saab heard all the awards. Murthy Saab, any reaction to this? What is your view, please, on these winners today?
First of all, congratulations to all the winners of the awards today. And as usual, ENERTIA Foundation, REPA, has honored the best in the industry, which is our regular future. And we are able to recognize the best in the future. And the best has been awarded today, the awards which is required for the gas economy. That's what I'll say. And once again, congratulations to Dr. Goyaj and Hridesh Khanna sir, and also Dr. Khanna and late Tripathi ji, who is the pioneer as a petroleum secretary, has done a lot of wonders actually, which we miss him today, unfortunately. And he is one of the persons who has come to our second gas economy, and I still remember what he was talking in those second gas economy. So it's a wonderful day where we are able to honor our own engineering experts who are doing their best for society, for the field, for the gas systems. Once again, congratulations from me personally and from our REPA team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to show a very interesting picture, Khanasa. We have a picture of yours with the ex-secretary, Petroleum. So that is for history. I would send this picture also to you. I wanted, yeah, this is the picture. Dr. Khanna sitting with S.C. Tripathi. Khanasa, do you remember this picture?
Yes, quite some time back, I remember.
Yeah.
Can you believe? And this is the man we have lost amidst us. And he would have been in our forum. And there are Murthy Sah's pictures also in this conclave, all of us together. Hetal Mehta also, a lot of people there. And this is the board. This is the entire thing. Everybody sitting over there. And you can see the logo of gas economy with decentralized and distributed power. The second gas economy there. So fine, some history there. So anyway, this is a memorable day for us. It took a long time for us to really do something for the gas sector and also work on the bio-CBG. And I'm very happy, basically, that we came to know of EVONIK and Dr. Baumgarten and his work and his team in India. In fact, Parimal is not there, but he's a great gentleman. He's the president, a good president they have in India for their business. And of course, the team is good, provided the team sees markets and possibilities in a positive way and works towards that direction. So we will try to help them in whatever possible way we can, because they are now our patron members. We'll surely work on the direction. Thank you once again to all of you. And let us now get Murugesan to talk. Dr. Baumgarten, do you wish to make some statement or is it okay? I can go ahead.
Sorry, please go ahead. I was just working with my computer here.
Okay, Dr. Baumgarten, thanks. Can we go ahead and can we have Murugesan talking on this issue? He was the former Director General of Central Power Research Institute, top man, one of the top researchers of the country, a veteran, a rank of Additional Secretary in the Government of India. Highest rank that he could get, So, Murugesan, sir, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. I was there till 1:30, but I'm sorry that my in-law has come from Dubai and there are small urgent bank matters, so I do just to take a break and come back. Sorry for that. Friends, actually, it's a great pleasure to participate in Professor Iyer's meet. Anything, whether you talk about electrical power or gas economy or petroleum or anything you name that, it gives a correct perspective the particular industry needs that. We are happy to that. And friends, I am honored to have 3 awards from him. 3 awards. I think 3 awards, 2 for institution and 1 for personally. He adored me and adored our institution when we are doing extremely well. So I am very happy to participate in this particular event where he gives award to the deserving people. So I don't have any doubt on that. And I am happy that the people who have been awarded with this kind of fellowship and also things truly deserving people. And I am very happy to participate about it. And this particular, though I am basically a power engineer. But I always say that the power engineer cannot say that we are a power engineer. We should call it as a energy engineer. So there is no discrimination. Power is a part of the whole energy portfolio. So in fact, I try to emulate the Electrical Power Research Institute policy. First, though it is called the electrical power, EPRI, but if you see that all the activities, it goes about the only energy. So they don't say that it's only a power, that electrical power. So the electrical power is a part of your energy portfolio. And friends, and today the talk is on gas economy. It is one of the finest topic. I think many people are not talking about it. They are not talking something or peripherally, some small thing they are talking about it. I learned about this particular topic by just listening to. I am not an expert, but of course, energy is. I am part of the energy portfolio, so I cannot delete that one and only concentrate and understand without proper understanding. And that Indian gas industry stands at the cusp of the exponential growth driven by market-based economy. So it is important that we support the policy and regulatory framework to let the market to thrive. The government recent announcement is also encouraging. So we have opened the topic at the right time, and I'm very happy to have that. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Professor and his team doing extremely well on this particular subject. Thank you very much.
So very fine. And I think, we thought we'll extend time, but basically if we have some questions, it's fine. Whether I would like to close as soon as possible. People had a very long day, so we would have continued for 5:30. We have put the schedule, but I think we have discussed most of the issues. And a last word from Dr. Khanna on any of this, because I don't see Dr. Patil able to join us quickly because he had an AGM. So we will be discussing with the Captive Power Association the next week. We are meeting them and having a memorandum with them on working with all the captive power producers in Maharashtra and the rest of India. It's a very big opportunity, and an MOU will be done by REPA with the Producers Association. And they were very interested in biogas. Many of those owners are interested in coming to this CBG. That's the most important music to my ears when I heard that they are interested in CBG. And they're all big companies who have money. That's what it is. And I want Dr. Khanna to say a few words right now for kind of closure from your end, because I don't see that we need to extend this beyond this. I think we have discussed everything. Is anybody come? Yeah. Okay, Manoj Sisodia. Okay. Mr. Manoj Sisodia from Petronet LNG is saying a big thanks to us. It's a leading LNG company of the country. It's a top LNG company. It's supporting this forum from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And he's saying a big thanks to us. So thank you, Sridhar, and thank you for the support to the forum. We will continue to do our hard work and continue to do better. And whatever we can bring to the, I would say, the industry, that's our first job, to support the industry and the economy. That's my first job. That's my job as a macroeconomic guy. And I know that there is anxieties. People want business. People want to sell their technologies, all that. But I believe that unless you create the macro market, the technologies can't sell. They will not be selling without the macro market there. So the principle is, this is what I learned. And I am a half German, as I told you. I headed MAN BMW for many years. And I will never forget Dr. Schulte. I will not forget another gentleman whom Khanna knows. It is my Indian regional director, and he's a lovely human being. It was Dietrich Drakschitz. I used to joke, his name was peculiar, Drakschitz. I would say, you drag some shit always. He used to laugh at me. We used to have good time. But Drakschitz was a great man. He worked in India and China, so he knew both of it. He used to love me so much, and he will come and say, how do you get all this energy? And then we will be working together for a long time. I had great time building those power plants in India, and under very difficult circumstances. So what Sepuran is facing, I have faced even more difficult. People were not ready to put up the power plants. They just refused me first. And then when I go and tell them that you are wasting your money, they then understood. And I want to tell Dr. Baumgarten and team in Germany that how I fought. When I used to go with my engine, Vatsala will go with my engine, and they were 25 million per megawatt, and we were 30 million per megawatt. We had better efficiency. The specific lube oil consumption and fuel oil consumption were better for MN. But that was not the consideration. Our people are concerned about what they are investing. They would buy it, but they will not give you extraordinary money. They would say, okay, it's gold, but I don't want to pay more than 10% over silver. That was the idea. That's the kind of thing. Then how do I help them? I went to IKB. Basically, it is a German financial institution. And IKB, I went and made a presentation to them about these power plants. And that these investors are not getting a proper interest rates and lending from India. And what started was phenomenal. It was buyer's credit, which started from IKB Germany. And I can tell you, thankfully, out of the 4,000 megawatt that I'm talking about executed, it's a world record from my side. I'm very proud to say it was a world record from our side. No country did that in that short period for liquid fuel power plants. And out of that, 50% had an IKB hand in it, a German hand in it. So is that music for you, Dr. Baumgarten?
Absolutely, and it is
The German
very much.
financial institution that helped India. It was German financial institution that enabled India to put up those captive power plants.
Now, we are absolutely aware about the hurdles that you described. Of course, but India is a very capex sensitive market, so investments have to be low. At the same time, of course, we are offering a technology at a very high standard. And the message that we have to convey to potential investors is all that matters is the revenue stream. So, and the revenue stream is bio-CNG. And it has to flow, and the dollars have to come in. And this is what we can bring to the table. Our system is like a VW. It's running, and this is what is important for investors. So the worst thing that can happen if you save a few cents in the investment, and then later on the installation is not meeting expectation and is not running full time. This is the worst thing that can happen to investors. This is why we believe we have a chance to position our product in the market, and we are prepared to, of course, adopt the business to the needs of the local market by partnering with local companies.
Yeah, I will also again tell you that my competitor was not a very easy one. Wärtsilä, MAN and Wärtsilä, you can imagine what is the competition. You know, I was a marked man. I was a marked man by the Wärtsilä people, Finland, and they were my friends in the evening. But we were heavy competitors, and I would never match the price of Wärtsilä. So how we beat is, again, what you said. I'm just endorsing what you said. The two fundamental, specific lube oil consumption, specific fuel oil consumption, the annual saving, the O&M, and I scored over this in spite of being costlier. And I sold maximum plants in India at the time. But that's a gone era, I know. But then we know how it happened. So we can do a thing or two for, getting the Indian market is not a low-cost market. People misunderstand us. We are actually very hard, very tough negotiators. Indians are very, I would say, tough negotiators. They'll keep pulling you down. They will not make a decision, till they get what they want, So if you get them, and one thing is there, I'm telling you, it's not a joke. In India, German technology, I tell you, any Indian company, any Indian investor would first go for German technology. It's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. So I hope that we can prove that again. And Germany is a great country. Japan is another great country. And these countries which have technology, we need to absorb a lot of things there. And I'm very happy. I'm damn happy that I could get all of you together. One day, one fine day, we will see not only this area, but the entire renewable portfolio doing worthy work for the planet. Dr. Khanna?
No, and I can only second what you stated, Professor Iyer, and maybe what we can bring to the table is that there is a local content that is significant coming with our technology that we bring to India, and at the same time, our technology is suited to also be operated in rural areas. This has been proved in rural areas in China and Indonesia, and believe it or not, there are also rural areas in the US. And actually, we proved that our technology is ready to be operated wherever the biogas is generated. And these are most of the time rural areas.
So one word from before Dr. Khanna, we have, Mr. Dr. Nandkumar Saab, are you hearing us? Sir, a word from you before I go to Khanna for closure. It is due. Please go ahead, sir. You have to unmute, sir. Unmute, sir.
Thank you, Professor, for this opportunity to give a few comments. I greatly value the seminar, and I must say the contributions by Mr. Baumgartner, Dr. Khanna, and others are very, I would say, very encouraging and very supportive. So I must say that this is the future for us for renewable. And as our country has committed to have 1/3 of the low carbon, or rather carbon neutralized net zero economy coming in by 2050, naturally renewable energy is going to be the future, no doubt on that. So, and Germany, of course, I said in my Germany of the East, India has to become. So naturally we will support, we very much value, and we thank you for all this support, and we certainly take it forward. for coming days, both on the biogas and as well as in hydrogen. Thank you very much.
First class. Dr. Khanna, we are closing almost.
Well, Professor Saab, I don't want to take too much time because, as you rightly said, but one thing I would really like to mention and thank the ministry and Mr. Tarun Kapoor. Please convey our joint thanks from Dr. Baumgarten and from myself for conveying these awards to us. And thank you to all the people who joined. I think it was an excellent contribution from the various people, despite some of the small technical hitches which we had, sometimes which you couldn't understand, but that's fine, that happens. Otherwise, this is the start of a new era, I would say, and we should go ahead and let's see how we can contribute further towards it. Thank you very much once again to everyone.
Yeah, and my last promise is, as I told you, that we have got Mr. R.N. Khazanchi, who just missed out because his network was not okay. He has been hearing us in the morning. May I get R.N. Khazanchi, sir? He's the highest presidential awardee. Yes, sir. Hanji, namaskar, sir. Please go ahead, sir. Our people want to hear you. We know there are network issues, but go ahead.
Good to know. I must be commending you for having organized this full day's program and the efforts, tireless efforts, which you have been making towards being the aviation.
Network issues, some network issues there, as usual, because his location is a little difficult. The location that he's in the public sector, NHPC colony. Sir, we are not able to hear you. Yeah. No issues, sir. We will, in fact, I would say you could send a recorded video to me. I will share with all my friends as we go along on this. It's very unfortunate that I could not get you. It's 2 or 3 times it's happened, even in my interviews with you. But we are very thankful to you for the time you have spent, and with very difficult circumstances, because you're taking care of your wife, and this forum does not know that you take care of your wife with acute insulin condition and diabetes, and we are very thankful that you even give us the time. You are like a father figure to us, and Dr. and Khazanchi Saab, we will always be with you. Right, sir. I'm sorry, sir. It's not coming through. आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही है. We're not getting your voice, sir. It breaks in between.
I can hear you.
Right, sir. Thanks. Yeah, barely, sir. Barely. I think it's wonderful. We would love to hear you.
Industry, public sector in India.
Right, sir. We are unable to hear you, sir. I think I will record something and send to all my colleagues because they should hear you, because you are a very important mind for the country. You're a respected mind. You made big name for India in Bhutan, and the friendship of Bhutan, we owe it to you, people like you who did that. And thanks once again to you, sir. Dr. Khanna, I think we can go ahead with the closure, sir. I think it's okay. Or I should say, we've closed. It's over. Any other comments?
Thank you, Professor, for organizing this. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Professor. Wonderful. Wonderful day today. Thank you, Professor.
I think, I don't know whether Mangalore Refinery, Mr. Ajay Kumar wants to say something. He was one of the audience. Can Mr. Ajay Kumar hear me? No, there's no hearing.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, now you're audible. Please go ahead. It's one of the leading refineries in India, and I visited the refinery. For the information, I have been to the refinery.
Yeah, in fact, it is a great honor for me to attend this meeting, and I had the opportunity to hear a lot of stalwart mind, not of India, I will say, of the world. we as a refiner, we are into the hydrocarbon fuel, and we can see the disruption what is happening in this oil sector. We are very eagerly trying to transform ourselves into the gas economy. We are trying to reduce molecule of hydrocarbon as far as possible as a footprint as a auto fuel, and try to convert into as far as possible into the petrochemicals, because we know that going forward it's going to be the cost effective energy requirement, and additionally it is going to be the green fuel which is going to be required. Government is very clear about to reduce the dependency of this sourcing crude from outside world. So as far as possible, some internal resources need to be developed and whatnot. This renewable is going to be the game changer for our economy. It is really great for me to understand a lot of job which is happening in this arena. So I would like to thank to all those faculties from my bottom of my heart, from wherein I got a lot of benefit to understand what is happening, particularly on the biogas front. I would love to attend any seminar which is going to happen in the futures, and I will try to contribute myself as far as possible in this biogas economy. From the personal aspect, I think it is going to be a big disruption because we have these huge resources available in India. As of till now, we are using in a very different format. Like if you say the parali itself, or to a cow dung itself, it is not being used as a part of the energy. It is being used as a part, either it is being thrown, or it is a part of the fuel, or it is going to be used more as a, it is just being used as a manure raw format. When it is going to be used as a part of the energy, we have abundance of resources available in the country itself. I don't know in percentage term if you try to translate how much percentage it is going to contribute in the future, but it is going to be substantial amount, and it's basically local energy available for the local purposes. So it's going to be huge disruption in the energy economy. See, going forward, I see the I see this. Government is supporting.
What you said is correct. I will give you the information. Almost, I was telling the Secretary Petroleum about that because I share a very personal relationship with him as well as an engineer. He's also an engineer. Tarun Kapoor. So what I told him is almost 50% of our LNG imports can be covered through compressed biogas, provided we work properly. 50%.
That's
and I tell
great
you,
number. Great number.
Yeah, that's a big number. And I'll tell you the good news. That's where I work, and I'm happy that Dr. Baumgarten could hear me. See, one of the what you call as parali is basically wheat chaff coming from Punjab, which is the biggest producer of wheat in the country. Of course, there are other states like Madhya Pradesh which have joined in, but they still remain 70% of the produce comes from there. Then comes Haryana, the state where I was brought up. Haryana is rice. It's the rice belt of Asia. I was in the rice bowl. The districts of Raudi, Nilekheri, Karnal, Jind, Kathal was surrounded in Kurukshetra in my engineering by this rice belt. It makes the best grade basmati rice in the world. And basmati rice is the most tasty aromatic rice in the world. The Americans tried to copy it called Texmati, but then it was challenged. The patent was challenged that they cannot sound similar. So basmati rice is made in that belt. Then there is the Andhra belt, which is the Nellore Guntur belt, which is another rice bowl of Asia, which comes from the PVS and Murthy's area. He's coming from Telangana. The Telangana Andhra belt brings rice. So rice, a lot of rice. So what I mean to say, and then Rajasthan, I've done a study. There are oil seeds. Rajasthan is the largest oil seed producer in the country. All of these waste can be converted to compressed biogas. Now, this is the very large market, and I can assure you, it would be, if we all work together, it could take part 10 years, 15 years, but I'm telling you, we will be a net zero importer of LNG or any gas from abroad. That would be the kind of situation we can be in. So I hope this is good news for all of you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
So wonderful. With that note, I thank the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. I thank all my partners and sponsors, starting with EVONIK, Chemtrols, Virgin, National Thermal Power Corporation, NTPC Limited, Petronet LNG, and all of them, and the two institutions, National Institute of Technology, Kurukshetra, and the New Delhi.
And their turnover is 5 crores. Micro.
And because without their support, we look forward to further working and enhancing this objective.
Of 2 crore.
And thanks to team of Baumgarten and others, I'm so happy that with your very busy schedule and very tough global marketplace, you have taken the time off to be with us.
That's what I was thinking.
It was a pleasure. Pleasure is on my side. I'm honored with this event. We are honored, and I'm very much looking forward for COVID to pass away and that we can finally meet in person again.
Yeah, and I also promise you that the white paper will be a
the
great
whole of my lending goes without any collateral.
understanding the technology part and actually it's a bigger business that we have actually.
You have to give this today itself, or
that's what I want to tell you, and thank you, EVONIK, for that. It may have taken time, but I think I'm very happy with the patience, especially you have in person.
What time you have?
Dr. Khanna, to understand what we are doing, because understanding is the most important thing. Hari is worried. I don't think he's hurrying. Hari is worried, my friend.
On that point, there may be some issue.
EVONIK has a great future. It's a brilliant
company. Say, no, banks
the analyst of the company. I've done a lot of work on understanding on the web. Not talk to you, but I'm a big fan of enterprises like EVONIK because I have that half German thing in me. It will not go out of me. Thanks to all. Jai Hind and hail the world. And I hope the world is a better place for all of us to live in using renewables. I could have a discussion later on renewable energy and peace. That's a very big topic. People don't understand this, but we have to make them understand how renewables can bring peace. Because John told us about possibility of war if oil is not available. We are already seeing things in the Middle East. This is not a political forum, so I can't discuss, but a hard reality, we know the entire war was on resources, and we have to avoid that war of resources. We have to provide to everyone. So goodbye, good luck to all. Everybody who has contributed today, each person who has attended this has made this a success and made our day. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and bye.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.